self-serving here, but it's my daughter Avery's 14th birthday.
Oh, that's
Happy birthday, Avery. Let's just move
Yes.
on. I don't want to be too self-serving here, so go ahead. We're just going to move on.
No, it's all good.
Yeah,
Avery is an awesome person, man.
Yep.
Just she's always got a smile.
Yeah.
I love that about that kid. She's awesome. So happy birthday to Avery. All right, let's see if we can get answers to the question. Did you know the answer to this?
I knew the first one because I know who she plays in the first one. I just don't remember the second one.
All right. Paul Rubens and Diane Salinger appeared in what two Tim Burton movies together? We will go to Kevin to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Kevin, the two movies they both starred in together, two Tim Burton movies.
All right, so the first one was Pee-wee's Big Adventure,
All right.
and the second one was as the Penguin's parents in Batman Returns.
That is correct.
Yeah, he plays the Penguin's dad.
And in Big Adventure, she is Simone. Yep. So hang on
Any
the line.
relation to J.D. Salinger? I always forget.
I don't know. You can look that up if you like and see. I'm not really sure. All right, Kevin, hang on the line. We're going to get your information, and we are going to give you a $50 DoorDash gift card, and you get saucy with freaking delicious fried chicken tenders from Tender Shack. And choose from two signature seasoning options, Dang Good Seasoned or Nashville Hot as Fire. And you can dip them in 5 incredible sauces. The delivery-only menu is available on DoorDash. So Kevin Costner's estranged wife, Christine, says that the Yellowstone actor broke the news of their divorce to their children over Zoom. According to a court filing obtained by People, Christine believed that both parents should address 13-year-old Grace, 14-year-old Hayes, and 16-year-old Caden about their split together and in person. Instead, she claims, after a 24-year relationship from his hotel room in Las Vegas, Kevin told our 3 children that we were getting divorced over a 10-minute Zoom call without me present.
Hey, guys.
She said, I am still confused by his motivation to do this via a very short Zoom session, especially since he was planning on being home 5 days later.
That is pretty weird.
He also could have easily come home from Las Vegas to have the conversation in person. So
It seems a little distant and removed. Maybe something you want to tell him in person. But we don't hear his side. Maybe he just loves Zoom. Maybe he thinks Zoom is more personal.
I don't know, man.
Because you can change your backdrop.
I go back to a moment in Ted Lasso in the first season where he goes, divorce is hard.
Yeah.
It makes people do crazy things.
It's true.
So I don't know.
It's funny because he himself knows exactly. Sudeikis himself is going through an issue.
Didn't Phil Collins divorce one of his wives via fax?
Fax?
I believe he sent her a fax saying
Interesting.
our marriage is over.
By the way, here's my deli order.
And maybe it curled up and fell to the ground and rolled under the
what was up with fax paper?
Yes.
It was terrible.
Why couldn't they get that to be like regular printer paper?
They eventually did, I think, right? Or did they not?
Man, we used to have a fax machine.
We still do. And
do we still get it? Yeah, all right. And so Pierre would take requests via fax, and they would roll up and end up on the floor and be like, oh, here's a request for Mott the Hoople.
You guys want to start doing like Fax Friday or something like that?
Faxing your request.
Let's bring that back.
It'll be one guy. One guy.
Oh my God!
I always get my songs on.
My moment has arrived.
Here's the information, Preston. Yeah, I mean they got divorced in 1996, but.
All right. This is his second wife, Jill Tavelman, and their split became the subject of gossip as rumors emerged that Phil used a fax machine to break the news to Jill. Addressing the claims in 2016, Phil told ABC News, it really hurt my career or my public persona.
He doesn't deny it.
Well, I
guess he did it.
That's a weird statement. It really hurt my career or my public persona.
I don't know. Maybe it was misspelled. They read it on a fax and couldn't discern the word. Kendall Jenner revealed she doesn't fit in with her famous family. This is in the Wall Street Journal's Summer Digital issue. She told the outlet, since I was really young, I felt out of place in my family. I was born into this life, but I didn't choose this life.
It's tragic.
The reality star, who was only 11 years old when Keeping Up with the Kardashians premiered, added, I'm not built for this by any means. I'm not good at all. I do it, and I've learned how to do it. So, does she like it? I don't know. She says she doesn't fit in with it, but
I feel very sad for her now, Preston.
Listen, the one Osborne, the mystery Osborne,
she stayed out of it.
The show.
You can do it.
Yes, it can be done.
Yeah,
She says, shut up.
She was a child though when this show started. So as a child, that's got to be
shut up, woman.
It's got to be exciting. You know?
I would think so.
Yeah. Here's the deal. A couple of weeks ago, I had heard nice things about the Kardashians, and I'm not surprised. that they said that Courtney is probably the biggest bitch of them all.
Who's this they?
I don't want to reveal.
Okay.
But it might have been Taryn. But so I hear these things. I'm like, it sounds right to me. They said Courtney's kind of insufferable, but like they said, Kim is like tops. She's really great, and that. When the father died, they weren't left with a whole ton of money, So everything that they do have, they kind of like were able to carve out for themselves.
Mominger.
Yeah.
She and everyone gives her credit. Listen, I don't doubt that if you catch them all in separate situations, they'd be fine.
Right.
But the public persona is what we're bombarded with, and that's the thing that's making us vomit.
Kim, by the way, may have divorced Kanye, but it looks like she's still a fan of his music. In an Instagram story filmed at the Louis Vuitton fashion show in Paris on Tuesday, the reality star can be seen dancing as Pharrell Williams and Jay-Z perform her X tracks Ends in Paris from the 2011 album Watch the Throne. So it was a song from Kanye.
Speaking of Louis Vuitton, did you see that micro tiny? They made a super microscopic bag.
Wow.
Yes. Like,
how much is it?
I think it's like $150,000. It fits on your index finger. It's tiny, Preston.
What?
Yeah. Did you see it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's not obviously
And now I'm not in a good mood just from hearing that.
Yeah, tiny Louis Vuitton.
Okay. And it's really super expensive.
It's microscopic. Yeah, and I believe it's really expensive because it's one of a kind. And,
Is it a doll handbag?
No, it's even smaller
okay.
for a doll would laugh at it.
So it's some kind of a stunt.
A stunt,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Machine Gun Kelly got a new tattoo. Wow.
Yeah!
Thanks to his teenage daughter.
Way to go, Paula!
His teenage daughter, Cassie. She designed his new ink.
Oh, wow.
Although he didn't reveal the image, he posted a series of photos
It's a huge monkey between his nipples.
of the two of them as he was getting tattooed. The two were on a father-daughter vacation and ended up at Hellfest, where he performed with Motley Crue. Hi, sweetie. Would you like to go to Hellfest with me?
I'd like to welcome everyone to Hellfest.
He is. Okay,
He's
whatever.
him, yeah.
That's him.
This was unfortunate to read this morning, but I'll pass it along. Animal expert and frequent late-night talk show guest Jack Hanna is in the advanced stages of Alzheimer's disease.
Jack Hanna was a perennial.
he was
on
great.
talk shows. Carson loved him.
Yeah.
All of the talk show hosts loved him. Charismatic. Liked to project that he was a bit bumbling, which he was not.
Yeah, and as his weekend show programming,
Yes.
we used to watch all the time. His wife, Susie, told the Columbus Dispatch that the zookeeper, who was first diagnosed in October 2019, doesn't remember anyone aside from her, his dog, Brassy, and his oldest daughter, Kathleen. She said the Jack people knew isn't here anymore, but pieces of my husband are, and I'm going to hang on to them for as long as I can. So
Did you see that Glenn Campbell documentary? When he was in the throes of it, it was bizarre. Well, I don't say bizarrely, but it was inspiring and touching in a way. The way that he was approaching this inevitability, what this disease does to you, and it's something that kind of gives you an interesting framework on it.
I saw an interview with Tony Bennett. And as he was, it was like a year or two ago or something like that, and they're talking to him, and he was just at some point he just goes, "I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're referring to," and it was just like, oh, it was just so sad to see.
I legit wonder if 100 years from now, if this will be cured, because it seems like they are making advances all the time, and your heart goes out to people like Jack Hanna and his family, because it does seem like it's a curable disease eventually,
and it also gives you if it had only been just a few years later, that fear.
Yeah.
We need to lighten this up big time.
We do.
Marissa, did you send over the audio of Jason Biggs? Marissa's not there. Casey, do we have audio
I think we do.
of Jason Biggs? Jason Biggs is now...
No, not yet.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
We'll circle back. Tell Marissa we're looking for something. If
You want to hear a horrible song by Janis Joplin?
Sure,
instead?
yeah, let's go ahead. No.
Oh, okay.
We already heard that. All right, I'll do something else. Let's see. Steve, I always forget how to say this guy's name. Is it Ian Grufford?
I think it's Yon.
Yon. I-O-A-N. Yon.
Yo.
Hey, Yon.
Yeah, it's a stupid name.
Yon Gaffard. Gaffard.
Gaffard.
Grufford. That's how you say it.
Yeah.
What do we know him from? What has he been?
Fantastic Four.
Yes, Mr. Fantastic.
Yes.
He claims that his ex-wife, Alice Evans, set fake Twitter accounts to bash his new relationship and threaten him.
I don't know Hope Solo's butthole.
According to... We have not heard a reference to that in a long time.
Yep.
A year or two, probably.
I keep receiving correspondence from Hope Solo's butthole.
That account got suspended.
Oh, wow.
man.
I know.
According to legal documents obtained by TMZ, Evans set up a number of anonymous social media accounts to label him and his girlfriend, Bianca Wallace, as child abusers. Well, that's not cool.
This is a horrific back and forth. I've sided with each of them at some point in this ongoing saga, so I don't know what the hell's
I
going on.
was not laughing at child abuse.
No.
No.
I tap
Hope
out.
Solo's butthole is
Yeah.
humorous, yes. The Fantastic Four actor even claims that she threatened him by saying, I'm going to tell my lawyer that you punched me last week. It's going to be like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and it's not going to end well
Without
for
the
you.
poop.
Okay.
He was in a great movie. I'll go off the rail on this one here about the guy who wrote Amazing Grace.
Okay.
Who has an incredibly interesting life leading up to his epiphany that led him to write Amazing
That's
Grace.
Like that
Amazing
song?
Grace?
Yeah.
When
yeah.
was it? What? Any idea what era that
It was a period piece, so
Okay.
he was having
All
his period. No, but it was yeah.
I have no idea when Amazing Grace was written.
Yeah.
I would
No.
assume 20s, 30s.
I had no
It's-
idea about the
an older
the
song.
person who wrote it or the story, but it was pretty fascinating.
I would love it if they kept in the footage of that guy singing Amazing Grace at the funeral.
Oh my God.
Where he wants everybody to join in because he doesn't know the words.
And so John Newton kind of called it up. Yeah.
All right.
All right, so now we have the Jason Biggs clip.
All right.
And it is Jason Biggs now being a spokesperson for a pie company, which is perfect. And it's a very fun little
Yes.
commercial. And we have the audio from this. Here it is.
I'm Jason Biggs, and I'm America's biggest pie lover. Not in a weird way. There's nothing more American than pie. So I've teamed up with Edwards to start your 4th of July off with a bang. Detonation. Explosion. Nope. Pie lovers' passion fruit pie. Luscious layers of passion fruit, coconut mousse, pineapple cream. I can say cream, right? Passion fruit. Because apple is so 24 years ago. There's nothing hotter than frozen pie.
It's cool
By the
that they
way,
did that.
it sounds awesome. Passion fruit pie.
See, that doesn't work
Yum.
for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not a passion fruit fan?
I don't think in this concoction with the coconut and I mean I do like passion fruit certainly, but I'm not. I don't like too much in jammed into my pie.
Oh man,
Yeah,
passion
I don't-
fruit, pineapple, and coconut—that's Hawaii right there,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
all over
think
that.
I've ever had passion fruit by itself. So I wouldn't. I don't know what it tastes like. I've had like the juice and stuff.
It's crazy yummy.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
the pies look damn good, by
I
the
will
way.
order one of these absolutely, and then we'll all try it together.
Okay.
Let's see. Emma Watson likely wasn't expecting to be the center of the latest viral dress discourse when she posted an Instagram photo of herself wearing a sky blue low number on Monday. But many internet commenters seemed nearly as confused by the gravity-defying silhouette as they were by the infamous white and gold or black and blue dress 8 years ago. In the image, the asymmetrical mini dress appears to be floating on Watson's body, with its neckline both sharply pointed and loosely draped, in particular hovering without any visible means of support.
It does look gravity defying.
It is supposed to look that way.
Yeah.
It's made to look that way. The Lowe's summer-spring collection at Paris Fashion Week, which included Watson's dress, has been worn by A-listers, including Zendaya, Kendall Jenner, and Gal Gadot.
Miss Granger, you are at severe risk of exposing your nipple.
But the magic of the dress is in the sly construction.
The Slice of Stallone? But
No, not sly, not so.
good dress for you.
No.
You see your knockers.
Yeah.
Is there wires?
They don't explain it, but
does look
it's
weird.
got to be.
Right?
Yeah, it's a Low is the Spanish label, currently led by fashion designer Jonathan Anderson, and has experimented with illusion dresses to great success in recent seasons, from radical silhouettes that
You're going to look
shift,
fierce.
that shift with the eye to trompe l'œil imagery that can prompt double takes.
Yeah, so it does look like it's floating.
Yeah.
Trompe-l'oeil is like it means like literally an eye mistake. So it's an optical illusion.
Okay.
What that means. That's what that translates to.
Watson's mini dress comes from its spring-summer 2023 collection, which toyed with the structure and form and included multiple gowns with similar necklines.
I think that'd be annoying, Kathy, to have those things protruding up from the dress because it's supposed to look like it's just suspended
Floating.
in nothing in midair.
Yeah.
But if you were to move down or dip your head, you'd poke your eye out.
What if they were hanging from her ears because that's what I thought when I initially
That's
saw
how they're
it.
doing it? It's over her ears?
That it was like
invisible
attached to an
wire?
earrings or something.
I used to have ear suspenders for my pants.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
And then they went out of fashion. And yeah, I understand that. Danielle Fishel, Topanga.
Yes.
Opened up about a disturbing amount of attention she got from adult men as a child actor on a recent episode of her podcast, Pod Meets World. She said, I had people tell me that they had my 18th birthday on their calendar. She said, I had a male executive. This is the one. She said, I did a calendar shoot at 16, and he specifically told me he had a certain calendar month in his bedroom. The Boy Meets World actress said that she didn't view this as creepy or weird at the time. She said, as a kid, I always wanted to be older. I always wanted to be an adult, and I wanted to be seen as an adult. So getting adult male attention as a teenage girl felt like, well, I didn't think of it as being creepy or weird. She said, I felt like it was validation, that I was mature and I was an adult and I was capable and that they were seeing me the way that I was, not for the number on a page. And in hindsight, that's obviously wrong, she says.
talked a number of times about getting hit on well before she was 18 by studio executives.
Sure, yeah. Let's see, a couple more things. Wednesday, the television show on Netflix has just reached another milestone at Netflix. They announced changes to its viewership metric, now reporting how many people have watched by views. And this will average the hours viewed divided by the total runtime, while the measurement window has also been expanded from measuring a movie or show's first 28 days to 91 days, allowing new titles a chance to more adequately grow. So they're kind of expanding it a bit.
Right.
And this will also be the metric that ranks the top 10 lists for Netflix along with the most popular lists. And with this announcement comes a reveal that a new show now sits at the top spot as the most watched series of all time on the streaming platform. And officially, Wednesday is now the most popular English language series of all time on Netflix.
That's pretty wild.
And that's made more impressive when considering the show overtook Stranger Things 4, which had an edge with a longer runtime of 13 hours. Wednesday reportedly garnered 252.1 million views compared to 141.7 million views for Stranger Things, so a lot. Rounding out the top 5 most popular English language shows are Dahmer Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, Bridgerton, Season 1, and Queen's Gambit at number 4, I guess.
Tiger King anywhere?
No. And Squid Game is still the most popular series on Netflix overall. It listed 265.2 million views.
Preston, you know how you were referencing that Netflix convention or whatever earlier in the week when we were saying Toodum?
Toodum, yeah.
It's not that. I found out what it is yesterday. It's the Netflix sound. Dum-dum.
Ta-dum.
Yes.
No way.
That's what
Exactly. Okay, now I get it.
I didn't know it at all,
right.
and I read it yesterday. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah, I
That's a
thought
lot
so
to
too.
ask us to figure that
Right?
out.
When you're reading it?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Disney Plus announced Wednesday that High School Musical, the series, is set to end at the conclusion of its 4th season. All 8 episodes of season 4 will drop on August 9th.
You a fan, Case?
No, I didn't get into that one. My kids were too young when it came out, so it wasn't like a big I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like Teen Beach Movie.
All right, Teen Beach Movie's your fave.
Hulu has renewed 9 Perfect Strangers for a 2nd season, which is cool. I did enjoy that show. Variety reports Nicole Kidman will return in the role of the resort director Masha.
Is there
I
is
watched
there
that
a like otherworldly element to it?
No, it's not otherworldly. Just,
Okay.
Just odd.
Freaky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just odd. Yeah.
I remember watching that and I was like, what? Like, this could, actually, it's not otherworldly because it could actually happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It has to do with using acid and stuff like that for.
Oh, okay. Going on trips.
For treatment.
For treatments, yeah.
Ayahuasca and all that stuff.
Yep. So White Lotus star Murray Bartlett is nearing a deal to join the series.
I love that guy.
Was he in the first season?
Yeah, he's the concierge.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's also in that
Last
best
of Us.
episode of Last of Us. Yeah, the relationship with him and Nick Offerman.
He's great. Let's see. Two other quick things. Eddie Izzard, also known as Susie Izzard or Izzard. I go back and forth on the pronunciations. Is heading out on a career-spanning North American stand-up comedy tour, fall 2023, and it's called Eddie Izzard, The Remix, the first 35 years. It will hit 28 cities starting in Nashville on September 7th. We had Eddie here in the studio.
Great.
Yep.
So
It's
awesome.
great.
So maybe if the tour comes through Philly,
It'd be terrific.
we'll have a return. And then finally, the first trailer for Priscilla dropped yesterday.
That's right, man. Is that my girl?
Yep, the biopic stars Jacob Elordi, I believe.
Oh, Lordy.
Elordi.
Man.
As Elvis and Kaylee Spaney as the title role.
Listen, Priscilla, I love you, man, but I got to wait till you're 14.
It's based on Priscilla's memoir, Elvis and Me. And the film is directed by Sofia Coppola and will follow Priscilla from when she met Elvis at 14
Yeah.
through their multi-year relationship.
I wonder if we're Elvised out at this point. I'll probably still check it out, but have you seen the Baz Luhrmann Elvis yet?
No,
Yeah.
I'll get around to
You'll
it
get into
eventually.
it.
I only watched the very end of it, and I think that was enough for me.
Oh, the movie. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I've seen it multiple times now.
By the way, Eddie Izzard will be in Philadelphia on the 14th and 15th of September, which is a Thursday and Friday. So there's a good chance of getting him in our studio.
Love that. All right, let's do the clips, if you will, please. The new comedy No Hard Feelings. In the new comedy, Andrew Feldman plays an awkward 19-year-old who needs more than little help getting into the dating scene. And in this clip, he talks about what it was like to make a movie with his larger-than-life co-star. Here we go.
Who better to do an R-rated comedy than Jennifer Lawrence? And what better for Jennifer Lawrence to do than star in an R-rated comedy? Like, this is all we've ever wanted from her. And it's like, it's insane to think that you haven't done it yet, because it feels like you've always existed in this place of like, we just love to laugh with you.
God, you could do marketing.
I don't give a
It actually looks good.
It does look cute.
Yeah.
No Hard Feelings is playing now in theaters.
From Craig Lagon's No Hard Feelings, it was hysterical. Tell Kathy to go see it because it's set in Montauk.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Next clip. Fire up your Hulu accounts because season 2 of The Bear premieres today.
Oh!
And here, Ayo Adibri, who plays young sous chef Sydney, talks about filming the intense kitchen scenes. Here we go.
We just have one take with our one camera operator. But you wouldn't know if you were gonna be in a shot or not, like even if it's like your shoulder or whatever. So it's just like everybody was on the whole time and aware of each other. It was like acting school. Like it really was like school. Like I just felt like my brain was exploding in the best possible way.
I loved her character.
Great show. She is a cool little character, and don't watch the last episode first, as Kathy has learned.
It is
a reveal.
I would say it's Lassoian in a way.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a little. It's more gritty.
Yes.
And a little bit more, way more tense.
Yes.
But there's a heart to it that is that really, it connects.
It comes through. Yeah.
So, all right, and there you go. That's your entertainment report for today. Let me.
Thanks, Laverne.
Thank you. I just morphed for a moment. We have a few things going on this morning to make you aware of. The governor, Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, is going to be joining us. We're going to be talking about 95 opening up way earlier than anticipated initially. And as you said earlier this morning, Steve, it's good news, and we'll take good news.
Absolutely.
Good news is great.
We need it.
So we'll talk to the Gov about 8:20, 25, somewhere in that range. And actor Harold Perrineau will be joining us. MGM Plus's horror series From, which Steve is raving about. Casey's getting on board with. I will join shortly. He will be on the program a little bit after 9 o'clock. We're going to take a break, and we will be right back to usher you into your day. We'll be returning shortly. Hang out.
Preston On 93.3 WMMR.
Two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl, or cat food for your stray cats, and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back, way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one, in Austin, Texas, Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
We're Warren. We were in town. We want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. Job not going well. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer
from
the
now on.
goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone. Great food. Answer the goddamn phone. Open all night.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have 2 here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here. Celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow. So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But you also, your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself,
right?
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And like,
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Started at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that.
Random text of the morning, sitting at the very top of our list here. It says, "Hey guys, I always shave an arrow in my pubes, pointing to my junk. Thanks."
Yeah,
that's
sure.
It. Unsolicited.
I don't believe him.
And just sent over because they felt it was necessary to do so.
We'd have to have a real cranking.
Yeah, you'd have to have a big patch in order to do that, for sure.
Yep.
Today, June 22nd, is National Kissing Day. According to the National Brotherhood of Organization National Things. I don't know.
I don't know who codifies or certifies, but we'll go with it. Why not?
So I have some things about kissing here for you.
When was it invented, Preston?
Well, actually, I could tell you that.
All right.
So kissing, by the way, relieves stress, burns calories, and benefits your immunity, according to the people that make this thing up.
Make this list.
The running theory on the evolution of the kiss is based on our natural instinct to share food, similar to how many mammals feed their young.
Or even birds, right?
Yep, but it says mammals in this particular story. But I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Since then, historians believe the earliest references to kissing traces back to India, with 4 major texts in the Vedic Sanskrit literature referencing the supposed earliest forms of kissing. Dating from 1500 BC, these texts describe kissing as the act of rubbing and pressing noses together.
Okay, much the way we assume that Eskimos
that was the old
show affection.
Yeah, that was the old stereotype, I believe. But fast forward to 326 BC, and kissing became mainstream thanks to the army of Alexander the Great.
They'd love to make out.
After the death of Alexander, his army spread out, as did the act of kissing. So they kind of...
Now go forth and kiss.
They kind of started the trend. And then the kiss went mainstream thanks to the Romans. And as the saying goes, do as the Romans do. They took their kissing knowledge and made it popular around the world. Kissing was used to show friendship back then.
Okay, so there was less a romantic implication.
Only if the kiss was, quote, French did it show passion. Using your tongue, obviously. Ancient Roman culture went so far as to create laws around the act, stating that if a virgin was kissed passionately in public, she could demand full marriage rights.
On the spot,
On the spot, yeah.
Well, I guess we're married now.
Yeah, exactly.
Tongue boy.
So, yeah.
When did the band Kiss start, Preston?
The what?
The band.
You guys would all get together, do a 5-week kiss?
The band Kiss. They started in 1975, I think.
Preston, I can tell you. No, it's 1973. Kind of called by Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons.
I remember my first kiss with Clarity. It was so great. I was in like 5th grade or something like that. We were in a tree house.
You kissed a tree house?
I thought you were going to say my first kiss with Claire, the way that started, and I was like,
with clarity.
Clarity.
We were in a tree house.
That's so like Dennis the Menace.
And we were playing Truth or Dare.
Wow.
Yeah, there were 4 of us. And
wow.
Yeah. And it was great. It was the best.
I was actually, mine was nice. I'm glad yours was great. Mine was sort of at the insistence. It was at Debbie Foley's birthday party. She was the birthday girl.
Yeah.
And so I was the one called into duty with my little birthday outfit there to kiss her. And I kissed her on the lips.
Okay.
Nice.
So
and,
when you talk about your first kiss,
and then we did it.
I assume we're talking about French kiss, right?
No, that was the first lip-to-lip action I ever had. Now, my first French kiss was at a roller skating rink.
Okay.
In the parking lot.
I remember
that too, and that was great.
Dude,
was this by a truck or under a truck?
Under a truck.
Yeah. I remember this story.
Very good. Under a tractor trailer.
Right. And it was moving.
No.
Oh yeah, my first like peck, just as a kid, I wanted nothing to do with it. I was in, of course you did. I think I was like in kindergarten, and the kid literally, and he was also in kindergarten. To hold your jokes for a minute, he like held me down and like forced me to kiss him, and I was like, oh my god. What? Yes. He was actually a good friend of mine. He was also the reason I learned to ride a 2-wheel bike. He would come over with his little red bike, and I wanted to figure out how to ride, just with 2 wheels. And so I would ride his bike. I also remember I was in like a white dress. We were going to church one day, and I fell, and I got like mud all over me. My mom was so mad. And then he held me down and kissed me.
Wow.
I want to kiss you.
Yes.
That's the audio of Kathy's first kiss.
I want to kiss you. I want to kiss you.
His name was Kenny.
Kenny. Wow. So they are that. Just a non-French kiss when you're a kid.
Oh, man.
When you are anticipating that moment.
You got me?
You ain't kissing me?
You ain't kissing me?
Yes. Even that.
There is a lot of weight put on that.
Yeah. We, growing up in my neighborhood, we were all kissing fools.
You kiss crazy?
Oh, yeah. Kiss crazy, like at a early young age. I remember at one point there was me and the neighbor girl down the street, not my girlfriend, but her sister. We were doing.
Well, you're a spry young fella.
We were Steve. I might have been like 7 or 8 years old, and
how old was the kiss recipient?
She was 2 years younger than me.
Okay,
like
that's fine.
But it was we kissed for a long time, not French, but just on the lips. But like everybody was around counting, and
were you going to make her your regular after school thing?
No, but I remember like really liking it, and that like we were able to kiss longer than everybody else. Like, dude, it was crazy. Like my whole street, there was a couple of girls who were like, nah, I don't want to be any part of that. But
there'd be kissing like parties where the in the innocence of that youth early on, where that was it's like a makeout party, right?
Yeah. We had and we were all Frenching after I was probably between 7th and 8th grade or something like that. And we were, we had like little Frenching parties. And it was like Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And
Spin the Bottle is one of the main culprits. In fact, your treehouse, what was it? Was it Truth or Dare, you said?
Truth or Dare.
Okay,
Yep.
And I remember my one friend's sister, Press, you actually met these people when we went to Rocco's Tacos in Orlando.
Yep.
These people showed up, and the one little sister was there, and she wasn't of kissing age. She was way too young. So she's like, what are you guys doing here? And we thought we were being so cute and funny. We were like, oh, we're doing the France dance is what we called it. And that was French kissing. And she had no idea what France dance was. And it was like our own little thing that we had in between like me and
then
all
the
our friends.
horrors came.
That's when the horrors came in. But no, I mean, we were... Yeah, I mean, we were just practicing essentially is what we were doing.
Well, you put yourself through a ring. Were you in anticipation of? Were you like? Did you ever consider practicing? Did you kiss a pillow? Did you kiss your
did. If I kiss my
wrist?
hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I was nervous. Yeah, most definitely, man. I got nervous around girls.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But just remember how great it was.
Yeah.
How wonderful it was.
It seemed like the birthday kiss was kind of, okay. There we go.
Kissing's fun. Man.
Yeah.
I remember we had an intern at Y100. Damn it, I forgot her name. It was that first year that our show started, and we were doing appearances. We were at Iron Hill Brewery, I think, and she was like, I'm going to go around and kiss a bunch of guys tonight. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, me and my friends will do that sometimes.
She was an intern for our show.
Yeah, very first.
What color hair?
I don't remember. We used to call her the Body.
Oh, yeah, she was great. She was a great intern.
I forgot her name. But anyway, she was like, I think we'll go kiss some boys tonight. I was like, okay, all right.
That was the thing.
Some people enjoy it.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Well, there was kissy whores. Like that was
kissy whores.
Yeah, people who were like not sleeping around in high school or college or whatever.
Yeah.
They were kissy whores.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a kissy whore.
Stop it.
Yeah.
I don't.
Not like
Hygienically, did you make them brush their teeth?
But that's what I'm
Yeah.
curious
Yeah.
about.
No.
I had you in mind as I was reading some of the information about kissing here this morning. I'm like, I would be shocked if Kathy would go around kissing guys
No.
and not think about the whole mouth thing.
Well, no, I wouldn't go around kissing guys. So it wasn't used for like what you're talking about. Like she wanted to go and kiss a bunch of guys. We used it as you weren't sleeping with them. You were just kissing them. So you weren't really a whore, but so we called you a kissy whore.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit more. It wasn't just randomly going down the line at the bar and just making out.
No. Oh, no, I never did that.
My best friend growing up, a guy I went to high school and college with, he hated girls like you, Kathy.
Yeah,
because,
no, a lot of people did.
Because he did not like that tease.
Yeah.
If he wanted to make out with a girl or they had a frat party or whatever, he wanted that to lead to something else.
Yeah.
And the makeout was just a waste.
Well, tell your friend that just because you make out with somebody doesn't mean they're going to sleep with you.
Yeah, I know. And in his brain, it did.
Call them up now.
All right.
You know what though? Just a good makeout session can be fantastic.
It's nice. Here's a text from somebody, and I'm curious about this. It says, my first kiss happened on the Preston and Steve show for Valentine's Day.
I remember.
Did we have people come in that had never kissed anyone before?
I think we had intern Mars.
Yep, and Kyle.
That's right.
Yes.
That's
Wait,
right.
Kyle
I
made
totally.
out with you?
Yes.
We had one for obviously for the girl, and one for the and intern Mars was for the guy. He had never been kissed.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
It was good, and it was actually turned out lovely.
Yeah. Now I remember Kyle, and Kyle looked like a passionate kisser, man. He was very tender, using his hands.
The
and
whole
so on.
thing, yeah.
Got to
So
kind of gently
good
cradle
thing?
their neck and so on. What?
I mean, like having it, I don't know. Is that a good first kiss to have that type of experience where it's almost superficial in that it doesn't lead to anything more?
I think it's fine. I think it's fine because what it did for those people is it broke the ice.
You're popping your mouth cherry.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to the question. I'm just curious.
Yeah, and I agree. But I mean, I if I were to venture to guess, I think you should be okay with that.
I think I've shared this with you guys before, but the first girl that I ever kissed, not French, but like I reconnected with her. I was in 4th grade, she was in 1st, and now we follow each other on Instagram, and it's like, I don't know, it's kind of cool to see that person later in life. And then my first French kiss was with a French girl.
Oh, wow. Were you in
kiss
France?
me?
I was in France.
Wow. Doesn't get more authentic than that. So your first experience, was it?
It was lovely.
Okay, good. Yeah.
By the way, Kathy, there's a few Pensbury comments coming in. And this one says, I'm in my year at Pensbury, there was a group of women called the Blowies. I don't need to explain. Okay.
I was not in that group.
I didn't think so.
But I had a blowy friend.
Really?
Oh, yeah. There's like
That's what she liked to do?
infamous story that, it was like multiple people at one party. Yeah, it was.
At
it wasn't
one-
good.
At one party.
At the same time or like different times?
Different times within the party.
Yeah, like were they all in the same room at the same time, or did she go? All right,
I don't know.
next?
I don't want to talk about it. She
Okay.
might be listening.
One blowy, one water.
One
blowy, one water.
But she enjoyed that? She liked doing that, I guess.
think she did it because she thought it would make the guys like her.
Well, that to me is very sad.
Fortunately, 30 years later, that's all we think of.
Okay. All right, well, I have a few things about kissing because today is National Kissing Day, and that's why we're talking about it. So by the numbers, here you go. Here are some interesting numbers about kissing. The number of calories burned during a 1-minute kiss is 26.
Okay.
The number of bacteria colonies exchanged during a kiss is 278.
I'm out.
I know. Why did you have to leave that in there?
The time a person spends in their life kissing collectively is 2 weeks.
That seems small.
Yeah. The price for which a lipstick imprint of a kiss made by Mick Jagger was sold is $1,600.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. The number of guys the average woman kisses before marriage.
Ooh.
30?
Take a guess.
30. That seems like a lot. I'm going to say 15.
Okay. Anybody else? You guys are way off.
Oh.
Yeah,
Just to let you know.
I'll go with 30, even though I know it's way off.
Is it 79 by
It is 79.
No
Casey.
way. How did I guess that number? That's
Wait,
crazy.
that's a lot.
That's a
He sits
lot.
next to me.
Well, we're all
Yeah,
kissy whores
That
then.
is a kissy whore.
That number does seem a bit off
yeah.
to me.
Well, wait, are we talking
average,
about-
the number of guys the average woman kisses before marriage? 79.
I don't think so.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
We haven't gotten any comment from Marissa on any of this stuff. What were you a?
Kissy
I'll bet
whore?
she was a kissy whore, Marissa.
I mean, I kissed some people.
Yeah.
I don't think I was a kissy whore, but I enjoyed a makeout.
Okay.
All right.
I was just about to ask you guys, did you guys keep a list of the people you made out with?
No.
You
No?
did? Do you still have your list?
I had a Ziggy notebook.
Oh my God.
With
It
your
was in the back
really?
of my Ziggy notebook.
Your kiss list?
All
Yeah.
the guys you kiss?
Yeah, and it was like the boy at camp. I'm sure at the time. I'm sure at the time they had names, and I could look back and
Boy at
I don't
camp.
remember most of these people, but there was there's a list.
Well,
and then it turned into from a makeout list to another thing.
Another list?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
That one's buried in the backyard.
I had a mental list of that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't write it down.
Did you place a lot of gravitas on the first? Because there was an episode of Modern Family with the youngest daughter, and it seems to be accurate. I wanted my first kiss to be. They had the whole idea of what the first kiss would be like, and it didn't end up like that at all. Did you have in your mind what the first kiss would be like?
Probably. I thought it was going to be sweet and romantic. I
Right.
was in 8th grade, and one of my best guy friends made fun of me for not making out with anyone yet before I went. I know Kathy's looking at me. It's the boys. He
Yeah.
was like, "You can't go to high school and never have kissed anybody."
Wow.
So he put me and his friend who I had a crush on. So it was kind of a fun situation. Put us in a room and we made out.
Wait,
There
so
you
I
go.
was actually I didn't want to say anything because I was like, oh, I'm a little embarrassed about it, but I didn't have my first kiss till 8th grade either. I thought that was late. I'm glad that you didn't have it till 8th grade also.
I was waiting for the prince.
Yeah, me too.
I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't want to step on it. Yeah, I think it was a little late, relatively.
Yeah, I mean, at least for my friends, they were all kissing way before that.
That's why I got pushed in a room. Was like, get this over with.
Like 7 minutes in heaven?
or whatever.
7 minutes in Kevin.
Here's a text that says, "I was Little Dickie's first French kiss."
Oh,
awesome.
I too was the kissy whore, if you will. So I helped a few friends in our group out in the de-pruding department.
That's fantastic.
Interesting.
I bet you he remembers that too.
I
we
would
can
guarantee it.
Get a call from that person. Do you guys have as we were talking about that, I was thinking, because Marissa said that it was a friend that kissed her. Do you have a favorite? Because I'm thinking of a movie scene that I think is one of my favorite kisses in a movie. Some Kind of Wonderful.
Oh, that's a wonderful scene. Yeah.
Eric Stoltz's character.
With she's training, teaching
She's showing him
Yeah.
how to kiss, and she's really in love with him.
Just adores him.
And it's a great scene.
And she's obviously, she does the kiss, and she's trying to act like it didn't do anything to her.
Yeah.
But she's like overwhelmed.
And it blew her away.
Yeah.
What do you? What's the question?
Movie kiss.
Like a favorite movie kiss?
Yeah, one that you think really.
There's one in Deliverance, which
Shut
I
up.
think is.
Now Liam Neeson kissing Viola Davis in the beginning of that. There's a heist movie. It's where all the women end up robbing banks because do you know what I'm
For the
talking?
Benjamins?
No, it was something different. But the way he kisses her, because they're married in the beginning of the movie,
Yeah.
widows. Yeah, the way he kisses her in the beginning of that movie, because they're married, I'm like, it is way too much. And
so
So
this
you
is the
did like
opposite
it.
of what I'm saying.
It was but
Okay.
So he
that's
asked
the
for good
only-
kisses, the one you don't like.
No, it's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good. But it is a little too much, I think. You guys got to see what I'm talking about here because he basically swallows her whole mouth.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is bizarre.
So that's the kind of kiss you like.
Casey, thank you.
What would be in the most romantic?
Or just a really good one.
Princess Bride.
Princess Bride's a great one.
Which
that's like the big one.
The one at the end.
at the end, the kiss and all
When
kisses.
Peter
Yes.
Falk makes out with Fred Savage.
So now we're watching the
Now I
scene.
told you a story. Now I want some payment.
We're watching the scene of this kiss that Casey was talking about, and he's taking both of her lips in his mouth. He's eating her lips.
Eating her face as we
going to eat your face now.
Yeah.
I didn't have a particularly good dinner.
Actually,
and I'm going to eat your face.
This person texted in one where I remember the theater cheered, and it was when Ron and Hermione kissed in the last Harry Potter movie.
Yes.
Right? 'Cause that had been building for 8 movies.
The second one down, I really like.
The wedding singer?
Yeah, when they're practice kissing.
That's a wonderful scene as well.
I don't remember that. What happened?
Well, she's getting married to Gulia, whatever that guy's first name is. And,
Julian Gulia.
Yeah, and so they decided they needed to practice the kiss. So she practiced with Robbie, and it was a magical kiss. And you, as a viewer of the movie, you go, oh, that was a really great magical kiss, because it was like just a perfect amount of tongue.
They should. You know what? There's a kiss in My Girl, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a sweet kiss.
It is a sweet kiss.
Yeah.
Marissa, you want
to?
to?
Then he's murdered.
Mention something?
Empire Records. On top of the rooftop, the 2 characters.
At the end, yes.
She's kind of like mad at him for never kissing her, and then he grabs her. The Goo Goo Dolls start playing. He like bends her down, kisses her. The lights turn on. It's kind of perfect.
Which Goo Goo song is it?
Till I Hear It From
Okay.
You, which was written for that movie.
Okay, here's a funny one, but Hot Shots.
Yeah.
When she goes, kiss me like you've never kissed anyone before, and he puts his mouth over her nose, which is hilarious. Which, by the way, did you ever do that where you put your mouth over your nose and then blow?
Yes.
Over someone's nose? And
You really have to love that person.
it is. It's hilarious because it shoots this.
Yeah.
In the back of their throat, it shoots air down. And it feels so bizarre. I had a girlfriend of mine do that to me one time. Let me go to Rob. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I wanted to say the most romantic of all time movie kiss was Jim Carrey when he's fantasizing in Dumb and Dumber about kissing Lauren Howard in front of the fireplace.
Yep.
Yeah.
He ends up like licking her face, right?
Yeah.
He's
He's like eating her entire mouth.
Yeah, he swallows her whole face.
Yeah.
Don't you see her butt? That's
A little bit. He
Yeah.
pulls up the little sundress.
Uh-huh.
You see the left cheek.
Well, the Frank Drebin kiss in The Naked Gun, that's a similar thing by the...
What did he do? I don't remember.
He does a similar thing. And he starts... He grabs just his tie, and his shirt and jacket comes off fully.
Everything. And he's totally naked. By the way, here's something I didn't know about kisses by the numbers, because today's National Kissing Day. But the 1923 was the year when the term French kiss came into use in America.
I propose the nation adopt the French kiss.
1923.
Coming next year, finger blasting.
Whoa!
I wonder if that was just when the term came around, or if people actually, that was when people first started using tongue.
Kiss me like the French girls kiss, Jack.
It couldn't be.
No, I don't. To me, that seems hard to believe.
Yeah. But maybe that's just when the term, and I wonder why.
Everyone's on the dance floor doing the cheese curl.
I wonder why the term French was used, and was it indeed,
common in France?
Yeah, did it come into vogue in France? I don't really know.
I had heard that it was maybe during World War I or II, where the concept really of
trench warfare,
woman on man oral.
Okay. So
became a thing here for people in the United States, because it was like more of a French thing.
Yeah,
and the French women had introduced that to men. I don't know.
I think I'd heard something like that.
I remember hearing
as well,
that, but I don't know if that's true.
When oral started to kick around in World War I?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe before then it was considered.
Yeah.
I propose a new way to make love, where your head is down by her crotch and her head is by your crotch.
All right, here
it has a number that correlates to it, 69.
Here is some info that Nick dug up. French kissing became popular after World War I. It says no one really knows the exact reason why we use the term, but it was likely adopted by Americans who traveled to France and kissed French women who were more comfortable with a bit of tongue action, according to this researcher. Naturally, the term French kiss developed after that. But it
seems like that would be a viable, right? I mean, that's as good a reason as any other.
All right, Little Dickie's first kiss is on the line.
Ooh.
It's Johanna. Johanna, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so you little kissy whore.
I kept a list like Marissa, too.
You kept a list?
Really?
In the back of a Ziggy book?
Wow.
It was not a Ziggy book. It was like a tiny little flower journal.
Okay, a little diary.
Do you remember the number that totaled up to?
It was quite a lot, in the close to triple digits.
Close to triple
You are a
digits.
kissy
Well, good
whore.
for you.
Where'd
Nice.
you grow up?
Elkins Park in Cheltenham.
And are you still friends with Dave, with Little Dicky?
I am. I haven't talked to him in a while. Some of my friends are a little bit closer to him because he lives out in California. But when he comes into town, I try to go see him. And he actually did an interview about his first kiss and talked about it and said that he thinks that I just, felt bad for him and helped him out. Which
That you felt
sort of the
bad.
case, but
Well, listen, that's still nice.
he was my buddy, so it's fun.
There was an episode this season. I don't know if you watched Dave on FX. It's a great show. I love it. But there was an episode this season where he goes back to being a kid and spending time with people that meant something to him growing up, including his first kiss, the first time he ever had sex. Were you a part of that episode?
No, I did hear about it when it was being made, and then we had a group chat with some of the girls talking about all the memories of the instances he was talking about in that episode.
That's really funny.
I love that whole idea of that you're helping a friend out, and you step in, and so you obviously helped the entire town out, correct?
Yeah, the entire class of 2006.
No, that's cool.
Did he ask you to show him the ways of kissing, or did you offer it? How did that come about?
Everyone had sort of been trying it out, and everyone's sort of figuring out, how do I do this, whatever, different various make-out parties. And
how old were you?
Oh, gosh. That I actually am kind of forgetting. I want to say it was 7th or 8th grade, maybe.
Okay. So 13, 14? Yeah.
Younger.
Sure.
But, yeah, he was one of the last ones, and we were at our friend's house, and the boys were kind of making fun of him because he was the last of the bunch.
Yeah.
So
He was a late bloomer.
Let's do this.
We're looking at his yearbook picture, and there is apparently a quote from Boss Hogg we can't quite read.
Oh my God.
Keep talking that grease and see where it gets you. Okay.
Dave, I did not picture him becoming a rapper and being famous, but it absolutely makes sense. He used to, wander around Elkins Park in his basketball jerseys, making rings.
Oh, that's cool. Well, good for
Wow.
you. That's a cool memory.
I love it.
Yeah.
Lots of good childhood pictures.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Johanna.
Wow.
You're welcome. Bye, everyone.
Who's
See
the
you
most
later.
famous person you guys have kissed? Oh, mine is Nick McElwain.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Casey Boy Foster.
Nick McElwain. Wait, when did you guys kiss? Well, you guys have kissed a few times.
It's more than once.
Yeah.
It was at the camp out.
The open mouth one.
Yeah.
Oh my
Camp out
God.
after the pizza. That was probably the best.
You guys were in those lip spreaders.
No tongue, though.
Do you know it was I just had a memory of one of the most amazing camp out moments concerning those things. And Nick, and Casey, you dropped the water filled condom on his head, and we got it in slow motion. Yeah, it's amazing.
It's my favorite picture ever taken of any show moment ever.
Yeah.
And actually, there was one, where the nacho cheese is exploding on Pituation's chest.
That's a good one, too.
That's a close second.
Yeah.
But this one, Brian from Chorus Photography captured the moment where that condom was.
Listen.
Yeah.
And the picture of you two guys with the lip spreaders about to kiss, that's a pretty solid one, too.
It's
Hang on. Marissa?
I literally made a gallery for the 25th anniversary, and it has all of these photos.
All those photos?
All
Awesome.
of them
Yeah.
are in it. I had so much fun digging these up. They're the best.
Wow.
Thank you for doing that,
Yeah,
Marissa.
WMMR.com, PrestonSteve.com.
Exactly.
Excellent. All right. Well, anyhow, today is National Kiss Day, so keep that in mind and share the love, if you will.
Kiss a stranger by force.
No, don't
do that. Yeah.
Don't do that. Kiss a friend by force.
Oh, yes.
you can do that. They'll be more forgiving.
Yeah. Less
All right.
litigious.
Let's take a break. We will come back in a moment, but let's give away some movie passes while we take a break because we've got this special screening of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. You can offer them up to the next 5 callers.
All right.
215-263 WMMR is the number. The screening is Wednesday at 7 p.m. At the AMC Neshaminy. And then the film hits theaters on Friday, June 30th. So 215-263 WMMR. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Glad you asked.
when you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and like there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in.
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be allowed.
out of here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift a clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
you can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. It makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is also
pulling the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really. He and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it, and
they were essential. Yeah, they were what Leslie Nielsen was.
They were the icons of the era, and so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth, and it really was. It was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, actually I don't, but I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go.
So you can blow out the candles, and there it is.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Choo 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 kaboogie boop boop badoop boop badoobie boo 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 boo.
Wow. Didn't even know we had that. All right, so the band Korn has posted a cryptic message on its Instagram account suggesting some sort of announcement is imminent.
I love when you get mad at yourself.
It is inevitable.
Inevitable. The post shows a black and white image of what appears to be a tangle of cables with fans asking to visit the band's website.
I like it.
What was the,
There's a fart
at the end?
I don't know where the fart came from, but I love it.
Play that at regular speed,
right.
please.
That's the greatest sound I've ever heard. One more time.
Marissa, trace that back to April 20th, 2017. Kathy thinks this is hilarious.
Not even. Like it boggles my mind how you still find it this funny that the three of you can't contain yourselves.
It's great. It's everything you want to say. Sometimes the words don't come to you.
I
play it again.
Which speed?
Slow. Let's do it slow.
I can see you give it like a little chuckle and then move on.
No.
At this point, we've been here like 3 minutes now.
You're not seeing the greater picture. So as it's gearing up in classic corn fashion to be this aggressive sort of war chant, it's completely undermined by the childlike poot. It's two completely conflicting attitudes.
Hey, by the way, nobody else is laughing.
Yeah.
So it's not just Kathy is not laughing. Nick's not laughing, and none of our interns are laughing.
Marissa has a smile on her face. Hang on a
Do you ever
second.
see Amadeus?
I usually don't find farts funny at all, Kathy. That one caught me off guard.
Okay. Because it's more of a it's more of a raspberry
Yeah.
than it is actual gas.
Yeah.
So
And also the mystery of it. It's like an escape room. How did it happen?
we don't know. We may never know.
We may never know.
Okay. Music news.
Yeah.
Turn the
one more.
Stop
time.
the press. I go ahead. What was that?
That was a mistake.
It just can't. There can't be more of these gems.
Can you do that more than twice?
It's like finding a separate cavern in a diamond mine.
Okay. See, sometimes when you hit this button, it doesn't work. So when I hit it twice, it went burp burp.
Yeah.
Look, Chuck's laughing so hard he's crying in the other room. I love it, Chuck.
Anybody who doesn't find that hilarious is dead inside.
Yeah, dead inside.
Or just a little more mature.
Oh, God.
I wish the button was
What is
better.
great is that you have a massive company, a media company, Beasley, who's currently paying us to do this.
Dude, they took us down to D.C. last
They
week
did
for
for
an
some
award.
big award in front of senators.
Yeah.
That's how stupid we are.
Or
They're bad.
genius.
Or we
make a
pulled
living.
fast one. Yeah.
We make a living out of this.
There you go. Follow your dream.
2 is funnier than 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It sounds like a wrong answer type of thing. Is it Sputnik? Ah, man.
One for yes, 2 for no.
Or double A.
Triple O.
MCO.
Let's stick with rumors. Viewers, will they want to keep up with the Kardashians if Kourtney leaves? And we might find out for months now.
Oh, please.
Tension between Kourtney and her sisters have been rising. Last summer on Keeping Up, viewers saw Kim and Kourtney reach an almost breaking point over their differing priorities in terms of family and work. And in a recent interview with Paper, Kourtney confessed that she'd love to leave the show in the dust. She said, I will always say I want to move away someday and just be away from it all. Sail away.
Sail away.
No one will ever see me again. I keep throwing up different places. I'm going to throw up.
I keep throwing up in different places.
I keep throwing up. I keep throwing up different places, but then I'll go there and visit. And she's going to sail away.
She's going to sail away, just like sticks.
But then I'll go there to visit, and I'll be like, nope, this isn't it. But I'm glad I came.
She's just afraid of Chloe coming after her.
Yeah. She said, we've just been to Finland. And I was like, check. It's great for me to visit, but I'm not going to move there. Maybe Norway, Switzerland. I've got lots of ideas.
She does have a lot of ideas.
That's according to Courtney.
They're all annoying.
On Sunday, producer Ryan Seacrest was put on the spot by an ET reporter who brought up the subject.
Do you think that Courtney is gonna leave the show? You think Courtney's gonna leave Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
ET is a reporter, mind you, so yeah.
I'll always be right here.
Seacrest seemed taken aback.
Why? Because I'm from another planet? Are you a xenophobe?
But then said, well, if the cameras go away, as long as they can come back, Courtney.
On my home planet, I was a botanist.
He said, they can go away for a little bit, but bring them back so we can do another season or two. Honestly, I don't know how they do it. He said, I couldn't do it no matter what they were paying them.
I can make things levitate. Just thought I'd throw that in.
He said, I could not do it, so I give them a lot of credit for having those cameras in their lives all the time. And I love you, Courtney. Love her.
He loves her.
He loves her.
Well, that show has made millions for him.
Oh, my God, yes.
Honestly, I have to say, I thought that meteor would have crashed Earth long ago. And they still keep renewing it.
It's very resilient.
I wonder if it's like
don't get it.
Alcoholism or something. You're just addicted and
Maybe.
you just do it out of routine.
Maybe. You know what? American audiences always need, though, that super rich family to watch.
True. And there's
what
no.
They do.
Well, I guess there are a few of those. In fact, maybe even Dynasty itself is on. But
I think that kind of covered the bill for a while. Then now we get reality TV, which takes over for that.
So that's like the Real Housewives and all that stuff. Maybe you're right.
So,
I don't know. It's annoying.
I don't watch any of them.
None of it?
I'm a botanist.
Okay. No interest.
Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. Haven't heard this name in a little while. All eyes were on Val Kilmer as he took center stage Sunday night at a benefit for his Twain Mania Foundation, created to impact the iconic writer Mark Twain's legacy to children. The 59-year-old posed on the carpet with a pair of binoculars around his neck.
How's he looking, by the way?
I have not seen the photos, Steve. I'm not really sure if we have any. If you guys
To be honest,
find any, that'd be great.
There was a point there. Huh? Yeah, it's okay. He had throat cancer, some sort of variation.
I've got a
of throat
little
cancer. You got it?
information on that coming up. But we're looking at a picture of him right now. He looks. Now he was heavy for a while.
He was very heavy.
He got pretty hefty. Looks like he's lost the weight, but man, has he done some work on his face.
He's Mickey Rourke-ified.
Yeah, he's aged clearly, but you can tell that there's been some work around the eyes and the cheeks. And that just, I couldn't tell you. If you showed me that picture and said, who is this? I couldn't tell you that's Val Kilmer.
It looks like a drag queen pretending they're Val Kilmer.
Yeah, kind of like that.
He's not going to be featured in the new Top Gun?
Yes, he's going to be in it.
Is. So his son Jack was also in attendance for this event, but the appearance previews a comeback of sorts for the star, who is set to hit the big screen again in Top Gun Maverick. Last summer, Cruise said of Val Kilmer that he was doing really well. Well, it's unclear what prompted Kilmer's hiatus from Hollywood. It became apparent that he was struggling with health issues during the hiatus. In 2015, a spokesperson told People magazine he was rushed to the hospital for a possible tumor. In 2017, he admitted that he had throat cancer and recovered after. Brought to you by Sequoia Outback, where we'll be tonight.
That's right.
A little party that's going on there. You can make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. Shop 4th of July sale at Sequoia Outback. It's Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. Man, this is a wild story. Golf ball size hail pelted Lewis Tomlinson's fans at Colorado's iconic Red Rocks venue last night, injuring nearly 100 of the concert goers, according to officials and video from the scene. 7 people were taken to area hospitals with non-life-threatening injuries, and another 80 to 90 attendees were treated on the scene.
Have you ever been out and exposed during a hailstorm?
Not big ones. I've just been out when they've been little ones.
It stings. It hurts.
Yeah, so the injured suffered broken bones and lacerations. An attendee, Nicole, wrote on Twitter, "Tonight was one of the scariest nights of my life."
And these legitimate golf ball size pieces of ice.
She said it started pelting people with hail at Red Rocks, and my sister and I luckily found shelter under a sign. I am bleeding and have bumps on my head from the hail. A wild video taken by Nicole captures the giant hailstones crashing down, striking people, and blanketing the ground. People can be heard screaming and crying in the footage. Many tried to protect their heads with jackets, bags, and other items as people screamed out in pain. One attendee posted an image of her arm covered in swollen red splotches due to hailstones. She said she couldn't make it to her car and was denied access into the Red Rocks when she was trying to find a place to shelter. She said, "Thank you so much to the concession workers at Red Rocks for not letting us in to take shelter because we couldn't get to our cars, and instead recorded us and laughed at us while I was sobbing, having a panic attack." Wow. Another fan who attended the concert also tweeted that she saw workers at the venue recording and laughing at fans getting trampled and beaten by hail. She said that she has welts on her head as a result of the storm. Many fans had taken Ubers or other rideshare vehicles to get to the venue, and they had no place to go when the hail started coming down outside the venue.
Yep. Wow.
Some on social media warned concert goers to check for signs of a concussion before going to sleep. It's pretty wild. Yeah. Speaking of the West and weird weather, mountain snow in Cache County, this is in Utah, is turning red, pink, and orange due to a phenomenon called watermelon snow.
Yeah,
I've heard about
You
this.
familiar with this, Nick?
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah.
All right, so some visitors, confused by the hue, thought the color was paint, but the colors occur naturally. Watermelon snow is caused by green algae found in mountains around the world. The algae absorbs heat, which melts the snow and allows the algae to access water. And apparently, there's a lot of it right now.
It's very similar to peanut butter jelly time.
Oh, okay, yeah. And a baseball bat. There's a lot of evidence now that shows that these algae blooms contribute rather significantly to overall melt the snowpack around the West, according to Utah State University professor.
It's a wild thing to see.
And they said a warning to hikers, watermelon snow can stain shoes and jeans. So keep your clothes tidy. Don't walk on the watermelon snow.
Do you have a Tide stick?
Authorities have released body camera footage in the case of a man who was arrested after he tried to steal a jet ski in Florida. Police arrested 47-year-old Yakov Yaks Levi, as they said he tried to steal the personal watercraft before getting naked in the water.
It was a tough day.
Levi tried to steal a jet ski that was parked along the shoreline. It belongs to Boucher Brothers, the police said, and a manager of the business initially told Levi to get away after noticing him
fight you,
trying to board it and to push it into the water. He then broke a paddleboard handle that belonged to the business and used it to hit the manager in the head.
Oh,
Get
man.
away from me.
He sounds mad.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
Perfect.
Yes. That was perfect. So, yeah, he hit him on the head with a paddleboard.
I'll break it over your head.
After officers...
Now, could they deploy a speed strip, Preston? Or
no, I don't think they could do
an
that.
aquatic version?
After officers arrived, police said that Levi got... What if they threw like a big chunk of land out in front of it?
Where's this island come from?
So after officers arrived, police said Levi got into the water and refused to come out, instead sticking up his middle fingers at officers and eventually taking off his clothes, becoming completely naked.
Look at my pee-pee.
Before being taken into custody, police said Levi grabbed his groin area and made lewd gestures while in the presence of children who were among the beachgoers at the scene. Police said 2 Good Samaritans who tried to help get Levi out of the water were also struck by the suspect.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
And you will.
Eventually, an officer punched Levi in the face in order to gain control over him.
I want to fight you.
So he was arrested on several charges after the incident.
What a magical day at the shore.
Yeah. Don't you wish you would see something like that, though? This is a great story. A traveler appeared to take matters into his own hands when a fellow plane passenger kept sticking their smelly feet right under his seat. TikToker posted a video that purportedly showed him pouring some soda over a sock-covered foot under his seat.
Oh no!
So he wrote on the video, "Woman on the plane behind me kept putting her smelly feet under me, and then she stopped." According to an insider, the clip shows the sock-covered foot wiggling around underneath the seat as soda can is held over the foot for a few seconds, staining the top of the sock with a small drop. When the foot continues to wiggle underneath the seat, he pours a little bit more of a small drop, and this got her to finally pull her foot back, and it disappeared.
So her feet were simply under the seat from behind, or were they extending out in front of his seat?
From behind, but they come. So on an airplane seat, there's like a little railing. That's underneath there. You can kind of set your feet up on.
Right.
Her feet were coming out. Protruding through that. Like she stuck them out way too far.
That's crazy.
That's protruding in his area. So he just dropped a little bit of soda on there and got her to pull that back. So
disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. So it ended up working. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we'll wrap with this one. A woman faces charges after police say a traffic stop led to her arrest. Police responded on the report of an intoxicated woman driving her vehicle with a toddler.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
Police said
toddler was a drinker.
33-year-old Christine Kriegel was pulled over after driving past a stop sign and driving onto the double yellow line. The complaint alleges that Kriegel
I'll fight your baby.
was crying and said she was trying to get to a friend's house, but he wasn't answering. Police said her speech was slurred and her clothes were disheveled. Her 4-year-old son was in the backseat unrestrained. But then Kriegel failed sobriety test and was arrested. And as officers waited at the scene for someone to pick up Kriegel's 4-year-old son, the boy told officers, "Mommy asked me to hide her medicine." Police said the toddler handed officers a small coin purse with 12 stamp bags of suspected heroin in it.
Man.
Do I get any reward?
Kriegel faces multiple charges, including DUI, and endangering the welfare of children. All right. And that,
DUI?
Is that a song?
No,
it is now. Casey's right now.
And that's what I have in the bizarre file. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. When we return, Governor Shapiro is going to be on.
Yes.
Talking about 95, the latest, what's going on with Open That Up. Supposed to be pretty soon, so we'll find out from the man himself. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Raspy and left him short of breath.
I really like Val Kilmer. He's been in some really great stuff. Top Secret and Real Genius. And I love him in MacGruber.
Yeah.
He's freaking hilarious.
And Steve, you're forgetting
Tombstone.
Tombstone, thank
One of the
you.
greatest performances.
Yeah, definitely.
I bought the man's shirt.
I think his best performance. And The Doors. He was phenomenal.
So what would you say? So great as Val Kilmer, Tombstone? That is such a great performance.
I got to go neck and neck with The Doors. They were both so good. But yeah, his lines in Tombstone are
so
just
great,
wonderful,
so great.
I love Real Genius, though. I love that movie.
Have you ever seen Real Tombstone?
I've never
It's
seen it.
really good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's about Doc Holliday in college.
Only he uses a laser instead of
I'm gonna use a
revolvers.
laser honeysuckle. I'm gonna make a whole big house into a Jiffy Pop.
What was that? Was that him?
That was his bite in
Top Gun, his
Yes.
best pilot.
Yeah.
Hit it again. That's his teeth coming together. Oh my God.
That's right. Ice. Man, I am dangerous.
And there's the bite.
Right, man.
That line from Cruise, I hate it. Ice. And then he pauses. Man, and brushes off his shoulders.
You're awfully big there.
Horrible movie.
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall, man. I'm a little tiny man.
But as much as I hate Top Gun, I can't wait to see the sequel.
Likewise,
I
because
really want
now-
to see it.
Because guess what?
What I said, and I thought they were going to do, is they're going to go more realistic.
Yeah.
You think
They're gonna
so?
go more, that's the word.
Okay.
And now with the availability of what they can do,
Steve, wouldn't it be great if in the locker room saying they all of a sudden break into a dance number?
Right,
We're going for ultra realism here.
I want to see Val Kilmer though. You know, I want to see how he looks and how he's able to pull off Iceman, because what we just saw there up on the screen doesn't jibe with the Iceman I know.
I don't think he can't be all that cocky anymore.
You're not just writing checks. Your body can't cut.
What was that?
You're dangerous.
Man, I can't understand your words. Man.
John Hamm's in it, too. He was at the Blues game last night and on Saturday, and he's done a few spots on NBC for the Stanley Cup Finals, and so it'll be cool to see him in it as well.
I love in Nadnan.
I'm sorry.
I love in Nadnan.
He wasn't in Nadnan.
No, Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You can't put your lips together. No, man.
I had a little surgery.
Yeah. You got a little surgery?
You look weird.
Tonight, E.T. gets the exclusive with Val Kilmer.
I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. This can go hard on you now.
You look weird.
Bring it, you little bitch.
All right, what else I have for you? 3 months after Nicolas Cage and Erica Quakey got hitched in a quickie Vegas wedding.
A quakey.
Quakey was quickie.
You remember
Nicolas Cagey
tried to immediately get it annulled.
4 days.
Yeah.
Vegas. So after this, a judge in Clark County had granted them a divorce. Cage filed for an annulment 4 days after the wedding.
He was drunk. He freely admits.
That was his fourth wedding, by the way. Claiming that it was based on fraud because Quakey did not disclose her criminal and romantic history to him.
Uh-huh.
See, you didn't tell me about your criminal history.
You didn't tell me about your criminal history.
TMZ
if I had known, I wouldn't gone all quakey on you.
TMZ reports that the annulment didn't happen, and it is
I'm his friend now.
Oh,
see, little guy's my friend now. He's got great fingers.
Quakey. Okay, so reports that the annulment. TMZ reports the annulment didn't happen, and it's unclear if Quakey will receive the spousal support that she has requested. So, honestly, I don't know what's going on there.
I love Nicolas Cage Nicolas Cage has become what he's wanted to become the most. It's basically an Elvis type character. He goes around, in these, like right here, he's got some sort of animal print leisure suit on. This is ridiculous.
What would you do to make your butt look good in a photo?
Ooh, I'd have it wear a cowboy hat.
For celebrities and social media influencers, it's about contorting the body for the best rear view.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you know what to do, Kathy?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably a little arch in the back.
Well, for me, it's bending over and pulling the cheeks as far apart as possible.
I think that's a different type of photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
not
misunderstood.
What you're talking about.
I think so you can see everything, where you can see where the skin starts to turn color.
Oh, my God.
Right? Is that what you're talking about?
Listen, I didn't even realize I was doing it, but I was, I mooned my daughter.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I just did.
Here.
Yeah, but I brown-eyed.
Oh, no, your poor kid. You just traumatized her for life.
So is that how you take a proper ass picture?
I don't think any child should see their father's butthole.
Ever.
No.
Write that down.
Do what I did and just feel it.
It scarred her. She was like, she freaked out.
Oh, yeah.
I thought more like, I was thinking more in the veins of my son and that I was doing that too. And I was like, I can't believe I just did that. I just did that.
I can't believe it either.
Wow. I know. Yeah.
Man in my little girl.
Yeah, right.
Poppy. Hey, Daddy, I just saw your brown eye.
Is that your butthole, Poppy?
It was quite traumatic, Poppy.
His name is Eddie. He wants to know if we can go steady.
I've never seen your butthole. I had to tell him I did, Daddy. He's not my boyfriend anymore, Daddy. Thanks for scarring me, Daddy.
Oh, the car pop?
Oh, my God.
Well, anyway, back to the story.
I saw your balloon knot, Daddy.
Hey, look over there.
Didn't want to see it, Daddy.
You probably shouldn't have told us that.
Here's
I'm glad
other stories.
So the most popular booty popping position involves tilting the pelvis and arching the back.
Yeah.
So the
and then swiveling the head to the side. Bootylicious models such as Hailey Bieber and Isabel Goulart have recently.
My name is Isabel Goulart.
Have recently
You want to change our last name?
posed on the red carpet this way to highlight their pert posteriors in gowns with plunging backs.
So can you show Casey what he's? Do you know what he's describing? Is it? Are you?
Well, I'm going to give it more detailed. So here we go. Here's an influencer, Daisy Keach, who last month enlisted a plastic surgeon to certify that her backside was real to her 1.1 million Insta followers. Said, "I'll stand up straight, and spread my legs a little bit to make myself look a little bit wider than if my feet were closer together. She says, then I'll arch my back a little bit.
Right.
And I'll kind of puff out my chest. I breathe out, and my stomach cinches in as I pose.
God, what a bunch of nonsense to go through.
One of our
she's 19,
calendar
by the way.
girls though does this perfect, and I can't remember which one it is. I'm trying to find her pictures, but like
Is it Shay? Our cover girl?
I mean, listen, they probably all take
Yeah.
great booty shots, but there's one specific calendar girl, and I can't remember who it is.
The 19-year-old influencer from Los Angeles says...
Influencer.
She says a lot goes into properly accentuating her most famous asset, which she dubbed the Keech Peach.
The Keech? What's her full name?
Her name is Daisy Keech.
Oh, I thought you said Stacy Keech. I'm like, that guy?
Daisy Keech, and she calls it the Keech Peach. One of her other go-to tricks involves bending the leg that's closest to the camera while standing, quote, super tall on the other foot. If you arch your back a little bit and lean the shoulder closest to the camera forward, she said it will make your waist look smaller and your butt look bigger.
So none of them suggest putting your stomach forward on a table and pulling your ass cheeks far apart?
I haven't gotten to the whole thing yet, so maybe. But while an overarched spine may look good on the gram, it's not the greatest for your posture, says experts. With a neutral pelvis, the hip points and pubic bone align. By contrast, the sway back position and other similar moves create an interior pelvic tilt, which is placing a lot of strain on the pelvis, says chiropractor Marcella Thomas.
Well, of course, we know that the way you're posing is not the way you should walk around in life.
Some people do actually suffer.
Like, what are you going to be like this? Like, like Frankenstein?
Some people do actually suffer from an interior pelvic tilt, an issue that Thomas says that she would treat in her office using strengthening and stretching positions and spinal adjustment.
She's really taking this seriously on this doctor.
I have that pelvic tilt just when I stand regularly.
I don't know what you mean by that, but pelvic.
So I guess I have like a natural bend in my back and
which accentuates your
an arch, and my pelvis kind of tilts a bit just when I stand normal. No, kind of down.
Does that happen when you try to touch your elbows behind your back?
Yeah, and then I do that and then tilt my head and
like when you lick your own nipples.
Right, exactly. Yeah, all very similar.
Yeah.
It's natural that my tongue goes down to my nipple.
When I give my Kathy, same. When I give myself oral,
right,
my butt really sticks out.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed? I thought he was dead. Oh, my God.
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, I thought you were dead before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. What drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals. And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have.
All right, thanks, Kath. While we're waiting for the governor to give us a buzz, which should be in the next 3 or 4 minutes or so, there's this article that Steven sent me, which is interesting. It was a study that was done by Forbes Advisor, and they analyzed car crashes across the United States involving at least one fatality that occurred over a 5-year period. And they used the latest data available from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to narrow down the most dangerous day of the week for driving in Pennsylvania, and the most dangerous month and most dangerous hour.
So they've narrowed it down all the way.
Yes. So the most dangerous month is October. The most dangerous day is Saturday, and the most dangerous hour is 3 to 4 p.m.
Huh.
In Pennsylvania. In New Jersey, it's Sunday in October at 8 p.m. until 9 p.m., so a little bit later in the day. So the study includes pedestrian deaths, and Forbes is according to Forbes Advisor, and the statistics aren't saying the overall worst time for fatal accidents in Pennsylvania is 3 to 4 p.m. on Saturdays in October. Each is a separate category.
Oh.
Okay, so October generally is the least safe month.
Right.
And
the least safe time is
Saturday is the least safe day, and the least safe time is 3 to 4 p.m.
Which I wouldn't think that. I would think during the week, during some sort of rush hour.
Right.
It could be possibly, and if you stop and think about if you're driving around on the weekend, you might be more distracted. You're less regimented than your normal commute. I also think that probably has a little bit to do with I don't know how much sun blindness in that time frame would go into.
It wouldn't because they're saying October,
right, which is not really into the height of it, right? I mean,
but it's getting dark by. 6 o'clock
3 to 4, you said, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
so I guess that's
which it would be lower in the sky. Yeah, so maybe so. Yeah. So the most dangerous time to drive in the United States on average is evening rush hour between 6 and 7 p.m. They recorded 8,563 road deaths over a 5-year period. The second most dangerous hour is 8 to 9 p.m. And when they analyzed road deaths by day, the highest total occurred on Saturdays.
Well, I think also you probably are inclined to think, well, what about morning rush or whatever?
Yeah.
But traffic moves a lot slower.
That's what I was just going to say. Saturday, maybe there's not as much traffic and people are driving faster.
Yep.
Maybe. Also, I wonder if alcohol has anything to do with it.
Maybe.
Saturdays.
It says even though road conditions are worse during winter months, deaths decline because fewer people drive then, according to the study. Conversely, during summer months, vehicle miles and deaths increase. The upcoming 4th of July holiday is considered the second deadliest driving day of the year behind New Year's Day. Wow. It says here, Casey, alcohol combined with high traffic volume is a leading factor.
Yeah, New Year's Day, driving around, anytime we had to go out to an event and drive any distance, like a lot of times you go, even go to a different state for a New Year's celebration. It's like, I don't want to be on the road.
Mm-hmm. White-tailed deer are in rut in October and November.
Ooh.
And I bet that has something to do with it.
In Pennsylvania, maybe so.
I believe the most accidents with deer in the country happen in PA.
Yes, you're right.
I believe that.
And by the way, hitting birds is we're past that, right? Because for the last couple of weeks, there were tons of birds in the street on my way into work.
When the birds in the street,
hitting birds, we're past that. What do you mean?
It seems like there is a time of the season. Seriously, it seems like there is a time of the year where I'm like, oh, this is where all the birds are eating the stuff off of the street. I have no idea. You guys don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I'm fascinated, but no, I've never put a correlation with time of year and birds in the street.
It's like that song, ding, 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 it's the time for the
season for bird hitting.
Ding, ding, ding.
And I thought that there was an abundance of cardinals this time around. Usually it's those robins. And
so you're saying June is prime cardinal hitting season. Or at least have you hit a lot of birds?
Dude, I hit birds on my way into work.
I think it's then. I think it's the into work because the hours have shifted.
Yeah.
I think daylight is at different times, obviously, throughout the year, and you are hitting birds on your way into work. I've noticed it, too. It's when they fly low across the street. You're not the only one.
You could have spoke up a little sooner before I got land-based.
I know, but it's hard to do that sometimes. I've certainly noticed it, and especially driving up Belmont, you're just like, guys, fly a little higher.
Right.
What the hell?
Well, that's always been my issue. You've got the whole damn sky.
You got trees.
You got roofs. I don't.
Yeah.
Remember when all those birds flew into the building in the city?
Yes. Yeah. It was actually, there was a number of buildings.
It was like 1,000 birds ran into flew into the building in one day.
They were literally sweeping them up off the sidewalks.
Yeah. And then also I had a robin for some reason just kept coming up and pecking on my laundry room window. No other window in the house. That window for some reason.
Casey?
Yeah.
Casey, you can come out and play?
And
Casey?
then
Casey?
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Robin.
Casey?
And then I had to put this thing up to see, like I put up this, I don't know, it was like this little green fabric thing to see if that helped. Because I didn't know what he's poking.
You thought they were being distracted by the glass.
Yeah, like were they poking, like did they think they were pecking another bird or?
I'm coming in there and I'm going to kill you.
Birds are weird.
Birds are weird. They're constantly thrown off by a light. You know, if you live in a more rural area and you have a light in your home, birds will fly into the windows. It's quite common. That's actually what happened. I remember the case that you're talking about, Kathy. There was a extra hazy condition. They were seeing the illumination of the buildings, and they were flying and just ramming into the glass and dying. And they were literally like, you could shovel them up. That's how many birds died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't know about the birds case, but hang on a second. Let me go to Bob on the phones. Hi, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, it. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Casey, I noticed that too. There's a lot of cardinals. They sit in the middle of the road, and then you drive up to them, and they take off.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
Why do they wait till the last? I want. Are they playing chicken?
Yeah, it's a whole different animal. Well, what's? I have not seen this.
Well, you know what? You guys also get to work way earlier than I do. So the sun is. Yeah.
I'm driving through at 5 a.m., so I see it.
There was, remember one time
Thanks, bud.
Just curious, it drives me crazy. Thanks.
Yep.
there was a dead bird in the like the grill of my car.
Yes.
Did you find a case?
Yeah.
Kathy.
It's happened to me too.
But I don't remember hitting it. I didn't remember anything. And someone was like, there's a dead bird.
If you
on
stop
your
and think of
car."
the absurdity of that, Kathy, something that is gifted with flight somehow ends up colliding with the grill of your car. It's like, and that's not even that's like 3 feet. You know, it's a lower part of the car.
It's confidence.
I mean, they could probably stand and be taller than what that height is. It just drives me crazy.
They're overconfident with their ability.
Stop it.
And they're stupid.
They must not be able to hear so well. You know what I mean?
No, they can listen for worms, though.
Yeah, we've heard that. But to hear the car coming, maybe they don't know.
It's the electric vehicles.
Oh, my
Must
God.
be. But the electric vehicles don't have grills, a lot of them. So, like a Tesla doesn't.
I unfortunately, I've told you guys this before. I have a clear basketball backboard.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they hit it from time to time. It sucks. What are you laughing
They're
at?
so dumb.
They're so dumb. They can't see it.
Yeah.
And I always
It is
feel
sad.
terrible when I find one. I'm like, oh, man.
Well, you guys have down at the shore. That's a big issue, is it not? With birds colliding, I always heard that shore houses or
No,
I haven't seen that.
No, they
Okay.
built in Ocean City. They built a brand new bridge going into 9th Street,
and then the birds use that.
Well,
Well, it's not new anymore, but when it was, they were like confused by it and they were flying into it.
they were flying into cars, into trucks and stuff. Yeah.
Casey!
Well, the bridge was higher off of
Than
the bay than the other bridge was.
And so it's disorienting. Yeah. Interesting.
Let's see. I think we are. Yeah. Remember, if you speak of the shore and birds, remember the horseshoe crabs have their big mating, whatever you want to call it.
It's a big party.
And birds come in from all over. To feed on the leftovers of the dead,
So it's a big
the eggs or the crabs or whatever, and there are loads of birds down there right now. Apparently,
is it something that people show up to see?
Yes, birders do.
Okay,
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, there's a couple of different bird sanctuaries, so to speak, down there. There's one there's one in Diamond Beach, another one in Stone Harbor. There's a great place to watch in Cape May. It might be West
Bird
Cape
City?
May. Yeah, Bird City.
Going to Bird City, man.
Yeah, it is pretty wild when you see enormous flocks.
I saw a giant vulture when I was riding my bike on. Dude, he was eating
a car.
A car. I was like, dude, there's a dead rabbit over here. You could be eating that instead.
Vultures, Casey, especially so when we were out in California briefly, when we out there lived for under a year, but the area where I was, there was a lot of vultures at Thousand Oaks, and the first time I saw one sitting on a branch, I was like, "Dear Mother of God!"
Yeah, how's that
They
branch
look
not
like a
breaking?
human in a bird costume.
Yeah, it's crazy that they can fly, that they're that big. Reeling it back to traffic for a moment, because the governor is going to be calling us here in just a moment, I've been told, because we're going to talk about 95. But I don't know about the birds, Casey. That's how we got on that.
Well,
was
maybe the guy was
traffic.
trying to avoid a bird.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
And got into an accident. No, October is the time because the most dangerous month of the year to drive in Pennsylvania is October. It says October is the time of year when it starts to get dark a little earlier, which could affect visibility and maybe why New Jersey sees more problems between 8 and 9 p.m. And it's a month during which more freight travelers over the roads in preparation for the holiday season. So there's going to be some more of the trucks and things like that, larger vehicles. Extra vehicle volume could increase accidents.
Well, that's one of the issues with this whole 95 thing, the expeditious repair on it, because you stop and think about it, the amount of interstate commerce that rolls along 95 is staggering. Any loss of time is a loss of substantial revenue.
Well, you mentioned daylight savings, Preston. Did you say between 4 and 5? Because, like, sometimes that's sun blindness, man.
It's killer. Everyone talks about Conshohocken, the curve there for good reason. I mean,
there are 2 weeks a year where it's brutal. You can see it coming, especially, Steve, in the Conshohocken curve, for my commute or whatever. And you're just like, I know exactly why this traffic is happening because I know what time of day it is.
You can't see.
422 is also a spot.
Yep.
Headed west?
Heading west.
Well, in the afternoon?
West,
depending on the week of the year, but yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure. The morning we wouldn't know about, really.
Right.
So
yeah, heading home or heading west on the Schuylkill on 76, yeah.
Okay.
I found that when the morning sun hits your face, it really shows your age.
What's that?
What's that from?
What is that?
You got it. Keep working it. Rod Stewart.
Oh, that's damn it.
Oh, really shows your age.
Yeah.
But that don't worry me none, 'cause my eyes, you're everything.
It's actually a song that he wrote about the Conshohocken curve.
A lot of people don't know that, and that's
so
why
he
we need
enjoyed.
to do a series about the secrets.
I tell you what, let's get in car and drive out to the Conshohocken curve so I can look at your beautiful face. It's they should be able to put up like a Mr. Burns solar disc to block the sun.
Yeah. Twice a year.
Yeah, twice a year. That's all we're asking.
No, I do remember times when I'm just like, you have to put the flap down, the visor, and just kind of peek and even put your hand up, and you just have this tiny little window of where you can look.
You know what they should do is put a little peephole in the visor, like in a hotel room.
They haven't thought of that yet. By the way, Pennsylvania is only a handful of states in which the time of day registering most vehicle-related deaths is mid-afternoon. Most of them are later in the evening. The others, though, include that share this trait with Pennsylvania are Utah, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. The question of why came up to a PennDOT spokesperson who said that it's part of rush hour, which sees more fatalities. So
I'll tell you what, rush hour has seemed, the parameters of rush hour has seemed to increase. I've been out where I thought I was going to be clear of rush hour, early in the afternoon, and I'll be like, what in the F?
But recently?
Yeah,
because a lot of, people taking an alternate because of 95, like the Blue Route has been.
Even before the 95.
Oh, before 95. Yeah. Okay. However, it is a little bit lighter this week because I think schools are out now. I think that's the reason. There's no buses on the road.
Yeah.
And so traffic has been a little better.
Where do you least look forward to?
The Schuylkill.
Is it? Yeah.
For me, the Schuylkill, 100%.
The Schuylkill and the Boulevard.
Yep, I could see that.
Hate it.
I think I get most mad on the Blue Route because I expect it to be better, and it isn't.
And then it's not.
I'm like,
Nick, I might agree with you on
because
that one.
of the shift from 3 lanes in one direction to 2 lanes in one direction, and I'm like, 50 years ago we could have designed this a little bit better, and I'd be moving right now.
What I can't stand is crossing the Walt Whitman and that whole exchange to get to the Atlantic City Expressway is just.
It's weird too.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Well, right now too, with all the construction
there's
there.
loads of construction. There's lanes that end, and it's a nightmare.
I mean, I take all back roads in to and from work, and it seems like there are times when I'm driving home where it's like somebody doesn't want me to go home because every single road is closed.
It is a concerted attempt to keep you. Yeah, I felt that way.
There's been like there's an infrastructure thing going on right now.
Right, yeah.
It is a national movement. And so I appreciate them, changing pipes and fixing the roads and stuff like that. But I just want to get home.
I hear you, man. All right. Well, listen, he's on the line.
Yes.
We're ready to go. We've had the pleasure of meeting the governor before he was governor on a few occasions. Camp Out for Hunger. And
for
so
one,
on. And we were told it was going to be 2 weeks until things were up and running on 95. But it was looking better than that. Casey, you want me to play this?
Yeah, we have
Okay. Before we bring the governor on board, Casey wants me to play this. Here we go.
This is what it looks like when the ingenuity of Delco meets the grit of Philly, and we work together to get it done.
Yes, Casey's very proud of Delco.
Yeah.
And so is the governor. Oh, wait, here comes Delco. Please welcome Governor Josh Shapiro to our program this morning. Good morning, Governor.
Yo, guys, and shout out to Casey. I'm glad she believes in Delco the way I do.
Yes, she does. It's a he.
She's a he. Yeah. It's all good. All right, Governor. So, listen, when you made the announcement that we were looking at 2 weeks, I thought that sounded optimistic at best, but it seems like things are even better than that now, if I'm correct.
Yeah, look, I mean, when I got to the scene on Sunday, our experts were saying it was going to take months and months. And, you know, look, I demand excellence of our team. I said we got to come up with a better way. We got to lean on, as I said before, the ingenuity of Delco to hopefully speed this up. We had to think outside the box, and we had to be all hands on deck. And special shout out to the Philadelphia building trades who have literally worked 24/7. I mean, hell, they postponed the Phillies game last night because it was raining. Our guys were out there working their asses off to get this road rebuilt. But at every step of the process, they've been really just exceeding expectations. So when I was with the president Saturday, I felt that I could state with confidence we'd have it open, not in months, but within 2 weeks. And then based on the work they had done over the last, 72-ish hours or so, we felt confident that I could say just the other day that we'll be open by this weekend. And weather permitting, we'll have it open this weekend. I think the weather's looking pretty good. We're going to have, enough breaks in the rain to be able to get this done. And actually, we have a very cool thing happening today and tomorrow. We need dry road in order to do the striping.
Yeah.
Right? It makes sense. And we're a little worried about the rain. So we reached out to our friends. I don't know if you guys are NASCAR guys or not. I'm a NASCAR guy. We reached out to our friends up at Pocono Raceway who have this huge jet dryer that they use on the track in order for the cars to be able to race. And they are literally bringing that jet dryer down to this section of 90.
That is great.
How cool is that, right? So we not only have the ingenuity of Delco, we got the ingenuity of Northeastern PA, of NEPA. But anyway, they're going to help keep that road dry so we can get it striped and ready to go. So it's all hands on deck. Everybody's doing an awesome job, and I'm really proud of these folks. Working their tails off.
I'll tell you this. Earlier, we were speaking about this, and I said, and I think it's the case, we needed a win like this. This is a very cool thing. So kudos to you and to obviously these workers. Yeah. And you're exactly right. But who knew that the entertainment of the year would be the video stream of the construction site? And there was a point I was watching when it happened. A storm came in, lightning storm came in. Obviously, that's a little bit more problematic.
Sure.
Work stopped, it passed, and then they went right back to work. It was amazing.
Yeah, these guys don't screw around. Here, I thought folks want to tune in and listen to Preston Steve, but no, they want to go up in the live stream and watch. And I don't know about you guys, I am completely addicted to it. I mean, I check it, before bed, first thing in the morning. I'm constantly looking at it on my phone, and I'm just proud as hell of these guys. I mean, these guys are just awesome what they're doing, guys and women. I mean, they're out there working for us. And you kind of touched on this in your question. Yeah, we're building a road and it's cool, but I think there's like a sense of civic pride right now.
Yes. Absolutely.
People are really into it, and I'm proud to be the governor of this Commonwealth. I'm proud to infuse that, that belief in one another. And I get sick and tired of people being surprised when they see excellence. We should demand excellence here in Philly and across Pennsylvania because we are excellent. We can get big things done again.
Governor, I have a sort of a technical question because obviously this is a bit of a temporary fix, and it looks to me like the lanes are actually kind of narrower. Is that just to get it done so that we can have transportation going across?
No, we're going to have 6 full lanes, so 3 north, 3 south, and they're the proper size. I think what you're kind of seeing there, and it'll be more apparent like once everything's striped, but what we did was we eliminated the shoulders in that area so we could get 3 and 3. There had been 4 and 4. And what it also allows us to do is then immediately begin working on the permanent bridge, 3 lanes on the outside of each side. We'll then move the traffic to the permanent bridge, rip out this temporary replacement, and put the 3 lanes down the middle, so there'll be no interruption to traffic while we do that work, and we'll always have 6 lanes open. So it was a really smart approach. It's going to allow us to have 6 lanes of traffic at all times.
Okay, so I kind of had the same question. Is there anything that's going to cause people to slow down there, or do you think traffic is going to flow as it would?
It's going to flow. Look, we're going to have 4 lanes at some points along 95 and 3 lanes. So sure, there could be a little bit of a slowdown, but what we're going to have is we're going to have traffic flowing through and get motorists on their way as quickly as possible. And that was the goal behind doing this temporary fix. And I want to be clear, when we say temporary fix, I mean, it's just as safe as a permanent fix.
Yes.
But what we thought was important was getting people back on the roads as quickly as possible. And we're going to hit our mark this weekend. And I mean, basically, we will have rebuilt this section of 95 in just about 2 weeks, which is really incredible.
How long, if you can project, will the temporary be open before permanent work is done in the whole project overall? I know that's a bit of an open-ended question, but
no, it's a fair question, and we're going to provide that timetable once we commence that work. I think we'll begin that work on the permanent bridge basically right after this temporary one gets open. I think we'll let folks go home and get a little bit of sleep.
Yeah.
Maybe for a day. We got to let our great Secretary of PennDOT go home for a day. He's been working out of a truck in Northeast Philly, literally. But we're going to commence that project right away, and as soon as we do, I'll be happy to give folks a timetable.
So
we're talking about a few months there.
I was reading on some of the folks at PennDOT were saying to that question, Governor, is that actually because the road was just worked on and plans were put in place 10 years ago, that'll actually expedite everything going forward with the permanent structure because they already have the design plans and everything drawn up already and ready to go. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, a big part of the holdup and why we went to this temporary fix with the aggregate, basically building up the ground and paving over it in the simplest terms, is because it was going to be a delay just to get the steel beams for the bridge. And the last thing I wanted to do was sit around and wait. I mean, I'm competitive as hell. I wanted to get this done, obviously safely first and foremost, but as quickly as possible. And look, this was our championship. This is our World Series, our Super Bowl. And, we wanted to win. And I think we're proving to the good people of Philly and Pennsylvania that we were up to the task.
So this was an emergency situation that required emergency road work. Has this type of repair ever been thought of to be applied to, say, the Schuylkill Expressway or other roadways in our area that are frustrating to commuters?
Look, I mean, I think that's a fair question. The fill and all the materials we're using, that's been used before. So that's not new. I think putting it all together and doing it in this place, that was innovative. That was new and that was different, and because we all thought outside the box. But, we do need to have a real, conversation in this country about infrastructure, how long it takes, how we do these projects. Here's what I do know. We've got the workforce to do it. The women and men in the Philadelphia building trades are awesome. They are capable of doing it. We got to make sure government works quicker to get them on the job.
Right.
You know what, Governor, your position, your job is problem solving, and it's a huge part of why you took on this responsibility. But you can never see what's going to happen down the road. And I know if it were me and I got the phone call that said, by the way, this is happening, I'd be like, son of a bitch. What are we going to do about this? Do you see those as more of an opportunity to find these answers, find these solutions, or I'm just curious when you hear unfortunate news like that, what's the first thing that goes through your mind?
I mean, look, first off, the good people of Pennsylvania trusted me to do this job in good times and bad, and it's my job to make sure that we are creative, we're quick, and that we address these crises head on. I'm blessed to be surrounded by an incredible team, and we preach every day, no drama. Focus on the task at hand. That's the kind of leader I am. That's the kind of people I have working with me. And so as soon as we got that news, what was it, 6-something in the morning on Sunday morning, we went to work first to try and get the situation under control. And hats off to State Police, Philly Police, and Philly Fire. Man, they did an awesome job making sure that other than the truck driver, rest in peace, that no lives were lost. And so once they got that stabilized, as that was going on, we were already working on the next step, which is how are we going to get traffic flowing again? And so we got the demo crews out there. And while the demo crews were out there, we were thinking about the engineering plan. And while we were thinking about the engineering plan, we were buying materials and getting that done. I was signing a disaster declaration so we could cut through the red tape and move quickly and free up resources. I was talking to the President of the United States and our federal partners who were funding this. We were doing it in a synchronized way as quickly as possible. So it was a crisis, but we obviously stepped up. We have a great team we're working with. It was all hands on deck. This is my job, and I'm honored to do it for the good people of Pennsylvania.
We had a discussion at the Camp Out for Hunger when you made an appearance, and we thank you for being a part of that. And I brought up the fact, and you commiserated that just people are sick and tired of politicians. And I said, I'm creating a party called the Resultist Party. And when I want to give them now an object lesson in what the Resultist Party will do, it's this: getting results.
Yeah.
So kudos to you for that. I mean, that's what and you commiserate. That's what people want to see. They do. Talk is cheap. The results are here. And that's why I think, going back to the early part of the conversation, there is a genuine sense of pride that this is moving along at the way it is.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Folks just want us to get sorry, I can't say it.
But we know what you meant, yeah.
Yeah, get stuff done. And that's what we're focused on every day, trying to stay out of the drama of the national politics, trying to stay out of the drama of partisan politics. Look, I'm a proud Democrat, but I also know in this job, you got to work with people on both sides of the aisle to get stuff done. And the point you made about pride, I am proud, right, that there is this sense of pride. Everybody should feel like they have a stake in this. And, one of the things that has frustrated me a bit, although I understand it, is when people come up to me and they're surprised that we were able to get this done. And I get that. I get that, for a long time, maybe folks felt like we couldn't get things done. But I demand excellence of myself. I demand excellence of the people around me, and people should demand excellence here in Pennsylvania. We can do big things. When we focus on results, we ignore the BS, we ignore the noise, and we try and get things done. And that's what I want people to know about our administration. We're focused on results. We're focused on getting things done. And look, I get that not everybody agrees with my views on everything, but I hope they can all agree that we're working our tails off for them trying to get things done.
Results matter.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We've seen them for sure. So another week and change, somewhere in that range, we should be driving back on 95 again.
No, it's going to be less. We're going to have this thing open this weekend.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
It's going to be open this weekend, and a lot depends on your weather person. So tell your weather person to make sure it doesn't rain. But no, we should know, I'd say probably in the next 24 hours with greater precision as to which day this weekend. Again, a lot of it's weather dependent. But we're going to have it open this weekend. So Monday morning, commuters, you'll be able to set your alarm clocks back to the normal time and get up early to go on 95. And, families, if they're, going to the shore, they're hanging out this weekend. Hopefully it's going to mean less time in the car and more time hanging out with loved ones.
And Governor, may we assume because we're using NASCAR heaters to dry off the road that NASCAR racing will be allowed on 95 soon?
Oh, God.
How cool would that be? I think I'd get in trouble for that. I don't think I got that kind of power. Man, that would be awesome.
Well, listen, congratulations on this this issue being handled very expeditiously, and your staff and everybody involved, and of course, obviously the crews that have been doing the rolling up your sleeves hard work. So thank you so much, Governor. We appreciate it.
And I'll see you guys for Camp Out for Hunger.
Yes.
Awesome.
It is more important than ever before. We're seeing an uptick in the number of people going to food banks, given the fact that the feds, ended the SNAP benefits. So y'all are needed more than ever, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
November
We appreciate
13th.
that. Yeah.
It's November 13th to the 17th, so put it on your calendar now.
Good. We'll see you there.
All right. Thank you so much. Governor Josh Shapiro, guys. That's crazy. I didn't think it would be this weekend.
No,
They
this
may have said,
weekend.
maybe I missed that part of the news, but I thought for sure, 6 months minimum.
Yes, and even that seemed like a Pollyanna-ish approach.
And I know that they have to permanently fix this, but to get cars back on the road that quickly, that's amazing.
It's so efficient, it completely ruined one of our on-air promotions.
Yes. It did.
Yeah.
It did. And it was crazy yesterday. Alex, the comedian that we had by, he brought some of that material, that filler material, and it was like pumice. If you've ever held that in your hands, it's light. It looks dense, but it's really, really light, and that's the stuff that they're using in the time being. And it's, it has integrity to it, so it's going to do just fine, but it's pretty wild.
I'm very amazed.
And Delco did it, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was teamwork, but Delco led the charge.
All right, let us take a break. We are going to come back with another guest. Harold Perrineau is going to be joining us, and the show he's promoting is called From. Steve's raving about it.
Yeah!
And I will definitely get on board and watch that. Casey's been watching it, too. We'll come back in a moment and get into some other things as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's like, the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko?
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God, yeah,
yeah, the stage show.
Kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing TJ Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh, in
a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down." And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, "Poor man Travolta, my ass."
Yeah.
He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute. It's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie. I think personally.
Look at the cans on that pinball.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy. And hey, look at the cans on that pinball. That movie. Tom and I lived very close to each other. So we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City. So it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. our careers are really over. What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is going to be terrible.
No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off.
Yeah.
Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off. And honestly, some of the funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene. There's a horse
A donkey show.
Let me tell you about this. The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh my God!
And we've got all these people. There's like 100 extras. Many of the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, "Oh my God! They killed the donkey!"
Dear Lord,
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
and they did the whole adrenaline thing. You know what I mean? They put the
Oh my
thing in his
God.
heart, and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah,
You definitely could.
it's a real good kids movie. You know, I'm really proud.
You're thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, but Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny. What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie. Right. And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna do this to say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, "Oh, Father, over here, come on, over here." So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us. And Tom's going, "Oh, gee, oh, Mother of God, oh, Mother Mary and Joseph." Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So.
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out. And I said, "Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house." Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
and
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates. I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay. Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man.
Oh,
but
he's great.
He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
It's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have 2 cult classic movies that are really they're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. You know, in theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage, because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease too. It was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2 and they cast not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. Took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, you know, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. It in its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kaneki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
I remember it,
and Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys, or one of the Gibb brothers, or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "Wow, all right, it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on.
Thank you, Kathy. We're gonna have actor Harold Perrineau on in just a moment. You know what I could do?
What?
A little bit of time here is make up for some lost. Shartouts and butt plugs that I haven't done in a little while.
Are you lagging?
I'm way lagging, man. And listen, and I apologize. And it is it's a double-edged sword because when I do these, then I get inundated with them, and then it's hard to fit them all in.
In your defense,
yes,
there was an enormous pile of pasta found in New Jersey.
That's right. Yeah. There was a lot going on. So let me mention a couple of these. I got this from Brian Thornton. He says,
a shart or a butt?
It's a butt. It says, well, it's a little bit of both. So this is when we were doing Coolest Teacher. I said, I know you guys do Best Teacher Awards this time of year, and I've got a good buddy of mine who was my kid's first grade teacher who is sick, Eric Hetrick. Teaches first grade at Upper Providence Elementary in the Springford School District. And I don't know how he manages the chaos of first grade classroom. He goes on to talk about how great he is as a teacher. He said a few weeks ago he ended up in the hospital with an infected heart valve. That also caused some issues in the brain. He had open heart surgery on Monday at Jefferson. I received this back on the 10th, by the way. And he's still there. He says he's got two great kids, and we're thinking that his family could use a little help through recovery in terms of medical bills. Some local moms have started to GoFundMe. So you can do a search on Eric Hetrick.
Yeah, he emailed me as well, Preston, and it is up on the community page of PrestonandSteve.com.
All right.
There's one or two GoFundMes there, including his. Helping the Hetricks is what it's called.
Excellent.
And it runs through the next few weeks. So if you want to make a donation, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com, get that information.
Thank you. There's the butt plug. All right, here's a shart. Says, hey, gentlemen, sorry to bother you at work. Shout out to Magnolia Public School for easing 5Ks. For easing 5K yesterday at an Alex's Lemonade stand hosted by the
For raising, probably.
Yeah, I think so. For
raising.
Anyhow, planned by the third grade. You guys rock. Side note, instead of greatest teacher and centering on high school, what do you think of staff for any school? We have amazing teachers, young grade levels, and I know you won't get student votes, but just a thought, even one of the days, a lot of great people down low that matter too. People tend to focus on the upper grades as it's recent, but wouldn't be able to read or love school without the impact of first or third grade teachers. But yes, absolutely, Paul. We appreciate that. This is a shout out to the Magnolia Public School. We do what we can about the teachers, but yes, the grade school teachers are amazing as well. And in fact, here's another one. This is interesting. I don't know if it's a shard or not, but it says, I have a small but urgent request. And I got this back on June 5th, so I'm sorry about the urgency there. I'm a teacher and would like to put myself in the running for the Teacher of the Year at my school. The issue is that my school is in Guangzhou, China, at which I teach world history and art history. I understand and respect that my school isn't eligible to be chosen as a school for the official award because we are not in the Delaware Valley, but also because my students can never vote for the favorite teacher. My students are Chinese and aren't used to voting for anything. So even if you gave them the choice, I'm not sure what might happen. Probably chaos, he says.
Which teacher does the state of?
So this is from Connor Dunn, by the way. Outside of my request, he said, you guys are sadly my source of local news.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I need that little touch of home while living in China. I podcast every day and miss listening live to the Kenny Knight and Dorcas Butt Whistle show.
Oh, my God.
That's a good callback.
Says, I will be back in the USA for the first time in a couple of years in late July or August. If you're having listeners in the studio, I would love to come. So, Connor, thank you, man. Get in touch if you're coming in a couple of years. We'll see what we can do for you. This says, hey, Preston. My name is Nick, and me and my father, Jim Kinney, own a bar called Townie's Tavern in Hatboro, PA, where my father has owned it for over 28 years. We're coming up on our 50th anniversary on the 24th of this month when the bar became Townie's Tavern, and I've watched my father work tirelessly day to day to make that bar the fine establishment it is today. The least I can do is give this man a juicy shout out for everything he has done and keep this bar running and get us to our 50th anniversary. That is from Nicholas. So here we go. And that is a shout out for his dad. Nice
50
work.
years?
Yeah, that's
terrific.
That's unbelievable.
Hard work.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Like 50 years. It's like a billion.
This is Michelle from Exton. And said, I'm very recently one of your newest and biggest fans. My boyfriend AJ has been listening to you guys for years and has been wanting me to hop on the bandwagon. And I kept saying, I just don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to radio like that. Because as a woman deep down, maybe I knew I would enjoy it and would have to tell him he was right. Anyways, on my own terms, I finally started listening to you guys. And between the Shartouts and sucking on a chili dog, I love you. And I want to see if it's possible to give my wonderful boyfriend and one of your longer committed fans a huge shout out for being right. It's coming from you, not me. So I say it doesn't count. So that's from Michelle in Exton. So there you go, buddy.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yep.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Let's see. How about this one? This says, writer requests a shout out from my brother David Gardner. We're both huge fans, and I am and have been for a very long time. We love yous. And it says he's been to several cardboard classics, delivered his van full of donations for Camp Out for Hunger.
Wow.
Dave's birthday is May 28th.
Hey, you got it.
Happy birthday.
Because it's coming up.
And while I realize you have a lot happening this week, if you could squeeze it in a little hello to him at some point, it would be fan-freaking-tastic. Thanks for so much that all of you do. Most sincerely, Beth Harrington. So there's
By the way,
a month late chart.
If you hear us mention somebody you know, please contact them and let them know that we did this.
Yeah. All right, here's one. Yeah. Hey, guys, I've been listening to you guys since I was a young Padawan. My name is Jackie. My 12-year-old son, Colton, plays baseball for South Cumberland Little League from a little town in South Jersey, Cedarville, New Jersey. His baseball team major Y 11 through 12 boys could really use a special shout out. We had a rough season, 4-7-1, but we just made the 8th seed position in a local tournament, so we got a battle ahead of us on Thursday. Their final home game is Tuesday, May 30th.
Oh, perfect.
So I see what you're saying about being caught behind a little bit.
And she said any words of encouragement for the kiddos would be really awesome.
Come on, encourage them.
Come on, you could did it.
Or a good old Shartout. So thank you. That's from Jackie Hudson. I apologize.
I want to know now.
I told you. Yeah, we need to know the results, how they did. All right, well, we'll see if we can find out. But we have our guests ready to go.
Excellent.
Steve, you were going on and on about how amazing this show is.
I love it, and I'm trying to get the word out as hard as I can to people. You go ahead.
I'm going to watch it. I'm absolutely going to watch it. And because it has the stamp of approval from my man besides you, Stephen King.
Absolutely.
He loves this show, and we love this guy. We've had the pleasure of speaking to him many times throughout the years, especially when Lost was what it was. But now the show is called From, and it's in season 2. You can find it on MGM Plus. Please welcome Harold Perrineau to the show this morning. Harold.
Hey, what's going on? Preston, Steve, Preston, come on, man. You got to get on it.
I will. I promise. But
I've been hitting him hard, Harold, because from the beginning, we had you on prior to the show's premiere, and I said, okay, this sounds in my wheelhouse. And then after the first episode, I was just absolutely on board. It has been fantastic, and I think I said at that point to you, and you were very, you understood what I was talking about. I said we loved Lost for so long, but the wrap up didn't quite stick the landing, and you said, okay, you're on this, and you can assure us that this is leading towards something. At this point, again, as with us, I don't care if it does. It's so good along the way. That it's just riveting. So kudos to you, by the way. You are doing a phenomenal job as Boyd. Explain to people what From is about and what they can anticipate. They can take the jump in now and still catch up pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can. You can go watch it on. You can catch the whole first season on Amazon, and then you can go to MGM, and then we're about to do our finale. So pretty soon you can catch the whole second season on MGM Plus. But anyway, From is about a group of people who get trapped in a town, and if you see this downed tree, you are already trapped in the town, and all roads lead back to the town, so there's no way out. And by the way, you're being hunted at night by these creatures that present as like sort of these Norman Rockwell kind of esque figures that come out of the woods at night and eviscerate you if you let them.
Yeah.
So that is the setup of From.
All right, so Harold, and I've heard this concept before. Twilight Zone. There have been episodes like this. There have been other shows that have had, and I love it. I think the trapped, you can't leave. There's something sinister going on, and we need to find a way out type of situation. What makes From a little bit different than the other scenarios, the other shows that have had a similar scenario?
So, listen, at the end of the day, a lot of these shows are really similar, and From is billed as a horror show. So, we have all those elements of horrors, the jump scares, the gory sort of blood and guts. But what makes From really, really different is that you really connect. There are 14 of us at least that you follow throughout the season, and it's the connection to the people, the connection to each other while they're there, the connection to their lives. And by the way, this is coming out right after we've all just been in this pandemic when we were all trapped in our homes and we couldn't go out because there are these scary monsters out there that none of us kind of understood. So you get to kind of remind yourself of just how scary that is, and how people handle that. And that's the thing I think that's the real great hook with From.
Well,
you're getting to watch people respond to this really scary thing in very, very different ways, and it's really kind of fun and fascinating.
Well, Forbes called it the best show you're not watching on a streaming service you've never heard of, but it is tremendous. And I'll tell you what. So for me to describe, yes, there are similarities to other things, but like in the first episode. So you're in the town. You know that this town is going to keep you there. And a family sees that down tree. They're in it now. They're never leaving, but they're driving around. and your mindset, because you've been through it before, and these are the little writing things that make you say, oh, this is really firing. You say, let them drive, let them do the deal, because your character knows they won't believe when he says you're never leaving this town unless they see this anomaly play out. That attention to stuff like that, about how a group of people works. You have this sort of loudmouth, but loud and brassy, but kind Donna. You have different characters who you're sure you're going to hate, who actually turn out to be. It's people forced to find common ground, and you want to talk about visceral. I mean, first off, the F-bomb is dropped constantly. It's real deal, and
so much.
Yeah, and the gore and everything is what it needs to be, because when these people come out of these creatures come out at night, they a lot of times will look like people these people know. Oh. And they're walking. They're not running, and they're walking up to them smiling. And it's all pleasant until they turn, and that's the great part of it. And we just recently learned in season 2 that where you thought you were safe during the day, you're not. So
great.
So it keeps evolving. Yeah, no, it's
really great. Hey, listen, and in the first episode, we kill a child. Like, that doesn't happen, and you don't kill children. You
Right.
kill children and dogs. And the first 10 minutes,
Yeah.
a kid gets killed. It's like, it's scary stuff. And so you know right away the stakes are really, really, really high.
Yeah.
And so, it's really good writing. And not that killing children is
but you cannot be.
Everybody view.
Yeah, the truth is you can't be comfortable, and shows that we're willing to do that leave you more engaging. Yeah.
When you found out Stephen King was a fan, how did that ring with you?
I got to be honest, man. I was giggly like a little boy. Like, Stephen King just tweeted about us, because we just feel like we're like with this little show we shoot up in Canada, like in Nova Scotia, and we just we felt like, oh, we're just this little show, but we always felt like we had something great there. We have a really great script. We have an amazing cast and crew, and so we were like, yeah, there's a lot of things in streaming. People will watch it or they won't, but people are really, really showing up to watch it because it's really fun. It's really good. It's real fun. So.
Harold, even though you've been in this industry for a long time, are you immune to other people coming up to you trying to push other shows for you to watch? Going, oh man, you need to see this show.
No, I'm not immune to it, but man, I can't catch up. Yeah, so many shows.
Which is
like, I'm not immune to it at all, but it's just like, I ain't got time, man. White Lotus, Yellow Jacket, and I gotta watch Silo. Like, I don't have time.
I know, but I've had enough full-on endorsements from people whose opinion I trust about From, and therefore I will be on board very shortly for this show for sure. And I love the fact, I love the fact that it's, as Casey was saying, because my producer, he just got on board, and he's like, I love the fact that I have 2 full seasons that I can watch now.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yes, that's exactly true. Yeah, because what happens is you start wanting to know what's next. What happens next? What happens next? A lot of people, they keep screaming about answers. Well, we're not going to get all the answers because then the show is over, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You're going to keep wanting answers. But it really is, like you just said a few minutes ago, it's a great ride.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it ends. They have assured me that the ending has always been there. They've always had the ending. And so, but really the fun part is however we get there. And so far, these first 2 seasons, in my opinion, have been really, really spectacular.
Sensational.
I don't mean like I'm spectacular. They're really written well, and we have a great cast, like I said.
Is there a projection for episode numbers or series? Do they have a definitive number that there's going to be?
Well, here we're in the Wild West, right, with all these streaming things.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing that I heard from them. They have a way to get to the end in 3 years, 4 years, or 6 years. Like,
wow.
Like they have a way to get there no matter what happens. And that's really because, we just don't know. Like we were just saying, there are all of these streaming services and there's so much content. Like, so if we feel like, okay, we better wrap this up quick because we're going to lose them, then they will wrap it up as fast as they can. But if not, I think we'll go on for a little bit longer. So there is a path for a number of different years.
Excellent. I'm going to put in one last pitch for people to watch the show so they can know what I'm talking about. My people, I'm going to say this, is that when you get frustrated when characters in a show don't make the tough decisions, that's not From. And even your character, Boyd, personally makes a decision that's devastating to his family because he has to do it. So that's an amazing, that is how you can know this is the real deal. That's why Stephen King loves From.
Yeah, I couldn't pitch it any better than that. So if folks don't take that, then
then we're done. There's nothing more we can do. So.
I can't do no more.
All right, Harold, thank you so much. Continued success. Congratulations on this From season 2 finales this Sunday on MGM Plus. Take care. Harold Perrineau, guys.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you, man.
This is kind of a stupid question, but do you think shows like this sometimes struggle to find audiences because the title is a bit confusing? We had a lot of people texting in, what's the name of the show? Because when you say, I'm watching From, or
is it From, or is it, Yeah,
or it's just a quick one-syllable word that's used in sentences a lot. The other one that comes to mind is the show You, Y-O-U. And people say, I'm watching You. Wait, what?
Watching me do what?
Mean? Yeah.
Right.
It can be. I think it can stunt it a little bit.
Yeah.
They do a really dark, the theme song to the show, Preston, is Que Sera Sera, but done dark.
Yeah,
it's
like all minor
whatever will
chords.
be, will be. Yeah.
I also think that MGM Plus is not a streaming service that people are necessarily familiar with.
Yeah, before.
Epix before that, now MGM Plus, but I'm watching it on Prime Video. So
Okay. There's a show with Forrest Whitaker called The Last Gangster
of Harlem, right?
Last Gangster of Harlem.
Very good.
And that's the same platform, but Casey, the way that I watch it was Amazon Prime.
Okay. All right. Well, I got to get to this. I could use a good horror show right about now.
It's brutal.
All right. How about, since it is Thursday, we have one more day to go, and if I don't do this now, we won't get to do it. And the Just Saying Institute.
Just Saying Institute.
Yeah. You cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
I got a couple things that are worth mentioning. There was a research study that was done, published by BMC Psychology, that shed light on something I've never heard of. It's called the lying flat lifestyle movement.
Okay, lying flat. Is that where you just remain immobile on the floor?
No, it is. It's relationship to attitudes towards being single. And the findings indicate that young adults who have a positive view of the lifestyle, which emphasizes relaxation and avoiding excessive work or societal pressures, also believe that they can find happiness through various sources other than romantic relationships. The results suggest that there might be a growing trend among young people to choose the single lifestyle in the future and lying flat.
I think this is sort of cyclical as well.
Yeah.
This movement comes in and out of favor.
Yep.
And a lot of times it's based on the same sort of economic situations and the same sort of general tone and tenor of society at that time. So, yeah, I could see this catching on again.
Lying flatism has emerged in China and is practiced by young adults who choose to live minimalist lifestyle and reject the pressures of society. Lying flats refuse to participate in consumerist lifestyles such as pursuing high-paying jobs, purchasing material possessions, getting married, or having children. You know what this reminds me of is Vincent in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, you know what they call him? They call him bumps.
Yeah.
Because basically, I'm going to walk the earth. And he said, you know what they call those? Bums.
I like this idea of minimalist living, and I would like to do that. But before that, I need to make sure I have a whole bunch of stuff before I can go to minimalism.
You got to have your stuff if you're going to be a minimalist. And you also, if you can amass a great personal fortune, then you can live a sparse lifestyle.
Minimalist.
Right. I want to live like a monk, but I want to be a billionaire first.
I have to set the amount of bottles of Cavassier I need.
Not like that, but no, once I have a few mil in the bank and a swim spa, then I can be as minimalist as possible.
So, do you know Peanut got a swim spa?
Oh, of course you did.
Are you?
I helped him pay for it.
So, Mr. Peanut, who's the great contractor who we nearly killed.
That's what I heard anyway.
He's got a swim spa?
In case he doesn't.
How come we don't have a swim spa?
You helped him pay for it.
I helped him pay for it, yeah. Good job.
Good job.
He's great.
He is.
He is a great guy.
He deserves it.
He uses it for physical therapy,
I would say somebody who's hardworking and loves their family would deserve something like this.
A swim spa.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well, my neighbor's got one too. He's talked about it for like about a week, and then he got one.
Yeah.
He's wanted one so much, and Diane won't let him have it. They believe that, so lying flatism, they believe that personal efforts are no longer effective in improving their lives due to structural or societal factors.
I think this runs a little contrary. It runs contrary to me. I have marks that I want to hit. I want to achieve something. I want to make my life matter, and hopefully when I cast off this mortal coil, people will say, at least at some level, that I made things a little bit better by my existence.
Not to get into too deep of things here, but watching
swim spa stuff.
No, swim spas. But watching my parents age and the position that they are in financially at the latter stages of their life, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot see a better example than watch your money.
Yeah,
I mean, just plan. And if these people are living a minimalist life, but they maybe are choosing a less than, and I'm not saying extravagant, but you do need to make and save your money
so that your life is worth,
so that you can
a quality
have
of life,
a comfortable life,
and a swim
the
spa.
twilight of your life at a swim spa, of all things.
When I turned 95, I never thought I'd be able to afford a swim spa.
That it can catch up to you.
You know what my grandfather always used to say, I want to die with nothing in the bank. Like he wanted to live life and spend it all so that there was nothing left over when he was
Dr.
gone.
Mike points out, he said, Dr. Mike deals with people who see, who are at the end of their lives. And he says he never has met anyone who says, I wish I had more money in the bank.
My uncle's old saying was, if you time it out properly, your last check should bounce. That used to be his saying.
You guys know my dad and what he was like in his younger days, but it's fascinating to me because he's become incredibly generous in his older age.
That's great.
And it's in large part because he wants his grandkids, not so much his sons, but his No, he wants his grandkids to have a good and happy and healthy lifestyle. He wants to help with their education, all that kind of stuff. So he scrimped and saved, and in part was cheap a lot when he was younger, so that he can be more generous in older age.
No, I hear you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my parents, they want to leave, like they want to have something to leave. It's not like they don't have tons of money, so they're not leaving cash. So like,
well, aren't you all getting swim spas?
I think that they're buying each one of us a swim spa. Yeah, I should have one soon.
But I had never heard of this lying flat movement, and part of it is,
what about slightly seated up?
Is remaining single as well, and being comfortable with that. So if you're comfortable with that, rock on.
Yep.
Good for you. All right. So wanted to get to some other things. So we'll just kind of touch.
Are you the other thingerer?
No, I'm at the Just Sayin Institute.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So if you want to, here are some tips on what to eat to avoid motion sickness on roller coasters this summer.
Oh.
So do you feel we just did obviously Universal and had an awesome time. Some people say as they move along in life that they start to get not. Was it you?
Me.
Really?
Yes, I used to. Now I never was good on spinny rides.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the same.
Yeah, so I never was good at those ever. Those would make me feel queasy, but I could handle any roller coaster you threw at me, no problem, multiple times all day long. And now I'm good for, like, I think we went on like the third ride that day at Universal. I was like, I need to take a little half-hour break.
Yeah.
Because I started feeling funky.
Well,
and
maybe because the third ride was that
Velocicoaster, which is unbelievable. That coaster is designed to make you think you're coming out of the seat. Well, you are, but that you're going to be launched out of the seat.
Well, I told you, you guys rode it twice. I couldn't do it a second time. And I was watching people get off, not you guys. And they were like kind of like tilting a little bit and like holding on to the railing. Like they were off balance.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
So here's what you want to watch. Here's what you want to keep an eye on if you want to prevent motion sickness on roller coasters. To survive the free fall ride without losing your lunch, Nurse Sarah Clark recommends avoiding heavy meals and hydrating.
Avoid
heavy meals and having water in your system.
I think it means avoid heavy meals and hydrating.
Yeah.
But so
avoid healthy stuff.
Here you go. Eat dry cereal or oatmeal for breakfast instead of bacon. While you're at the park, stay away from fried foods.
Yeah, it's just they want you to be light on your stomach.
And keep some Dramamine or ginger chews on you. I've also heard that an empty stomach is not
It's not
necessarily
good. That's why they have bacon stations outside roller coasters.
Well, no, not empty stomach. They're not saying empty stomach.
No,
They're
no.
saying lighter foods.
Lighter, yes.
You wouldn't, yes. That's just self-explanatory. Then.
However, it does say protein-rich foods like hot dogs, turkey legs, or chicken kebabs are better than burgers or chicken fingers.
Oh, knock it off.
Bland carbs like pretzels and popcorn without butter can also help. So pretzel would be good.
Yeah.
Smaller, more frequent meals are better. Split things with a friend. They say.
I don't think this would help us, Preston. I think we could eat a pretzel and we're still going to get nauseous.
If you guys, Kathy, were to ride on coasters where you have the shoulder harness, you could hold 2 turkey legs. You
could. Just take a bite on the way up.
I'm a fan of the turkey leg at the
I've never done it.
I can't. I hate them. I hate
because of the bones
and the greasiness of that. That meat tends to be darker.
It is.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
More flavor.
Yeah.
You've never done it because it looks gross to you?
Yeah, I'm also not a fan of the darker meat.
Yeah, I'd rather eat a living turkey.
No, when given the choice, when it comes to chicken or turkey, I go right for the leg or the thigh.
What's your favorite roller coaster food to eat?
On the roller coaster?
Ribs.
Yeah,
soup.
Spaghetti. Ooh.
We should. Oh God, if only we had access to we should just take a ride on eat soup on an inverted coaster.
And see if we could get away with it.
We could keep it.
Our buddy Ra is on the line. He's got a tip for us. Hey, yo, Ra, good morning, bud.
Hey, I want to shout out Casey. So glad she believed in Delco.
Dude, she has been a champion of Delco.
You caught that? Yeah, he didn't
excellent.
know. Yeah.
All right, what's up?
So what I do is I just make sure that whatever I eat is digested before I even approach the amusement park. So, like, I went to Dorney Park a few years back after not having gone to a roller coaster, anything in like 15 years, right? And everybody was like, oh, you're going to be too old, all this other garbage. And so I ate breakfast at like 8:30, right, on the way to Dorney Park from Philly. It was like an hour and a half or something like that?
Yeah.
And so by the time I got there, I was blue. I wasn't starving or anything. I rode all the roller coasters because it was like almost the end of October, so there wasn't a lot of people there, and it had rained profusely in Philly, so no one was really at Dorney. But when I tell you I could ride all the coasters and not feel anything, but I was starving, right? But I finished all the coasters. And I was like, yeah, that's the way to do it.
You know what, Rob? What you can do is a lot of people, if you like even like a protein shake or something that'll put something in your stomach that's a little substantive. I don't have. Thank God I don't have that coaster issue now. I don't know if it might develop, but yeah, I don't load up on stuff. I just enough to keep you going. But
I agree with you guys. Those spinny rides, I can do the spinny, but I can't do those drop rides. I don't do any of those drop rides.
Really?
I don't mind those.
Will they make you puke, Rob?
No, it's just that, it doesn't, I have to feel fun. So, like, when I get on the roller coaster ones, that's fun. That's a ride.
Yeah.
And I'm really good on loops and all that and the curves. I love the curves and everything, right? But the fun one is that one that looks like you're going to fall off the edge, the cat and mouse one.
Yes.
Or the mouse trap one.
Are you talking about the one at Hershey? Yeah.
Yeah, at Dorney.
Oh, at Dorney. Yeah, Dorney has one. Yeah, Dorney has
It's going to throw you off the edge, but it's like these sharp turns. It's so crazy.
Yeah, you can find the mouse ones at a bunch of places, and they take these really tight turns.
Dorney has an awesome coaster when you first go in. What is the one to the right when you first?
Oh yeah.
And we rode it. We had a number of appearances there in the evening at night. Yeah. Riding that sucker at night was awesome.
It's not Wolf Pack.
When they're with the night coasters, and I like when they have lights on. When they don't have lights on, I feel kind of cheated. And I like the ones too that you can't assume how high the drop is because it goes down into the ground.
Yep. Yeah.
Those are crazy.
I love it. All right, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, man.
You guys.
See you, bud.
Right.
Talon,
that's it.
I love that.
Talon is a hell of a coaster.
Yeah, the mouse rides, they don't bank.
Yeah.
So when you go on a turn, you're upright, and it
it's
does
a hard
sharp
turn.
turns.
Yeah.
And it's just really hard turn. Yeah,
so the look that you're getting as you're riding it is that you're going to go off the edge.
Yep. All right. So anyhow, that's a tip on how to eat. But I like Roz. Eat a couple hours ahead of time.
Yeah. Or eat a turkey leg on the coaster.
On the coaster itself. All right, here's another stat from the Just Saying Institute. When friends are loved one or for loved ones,
when your friends are
loved ones, no, The question, it says in the headline, is why do so many people stay in unhappy relationships? It says when friends or loved ones complain about a toxic relationship, it seems that leaving their significant other is easier said than done. Recent statistics point out that only 17% of couples claim to actually be happy with their current partner. Previous relationship research further echoed this trend, with 25% of people saying that they were no longer in love with their spouse. And 1 out of 5 people reported feeling trapped in their marriages. And experts say people tend to stay in unhappy or unhealthy relationships because the benefits outweigh the costs. But it is important to weigh long-term happiness over short-term comfort when deciding to stay.
A lot of people don't
stay in a situation that no longer serves.
They don't take the big picture. They take separate elements and they think, okay, this is this is it. It's a nightmare, and not think about those moments, those shared moments that occurred, throughout life, and what those mean and the importance of those moments.
Yeah, but I've also known people that have dragged it out for a long time. I mean, I'm talking about people that you just know.
And they hate each other.
Don't even like each other anymore.
Nothing good.
Like all the time.
Not everyone knows how to handle a relationship like OJ.
Oh, my God.
I've seen it happen with my mom and dad.
When did they, you knew as a kid they hated each other, and you said laughably that they stayed together. You would have loved if they'd split earlier.
They stayed together for the kids, quote unquote. Sort of, or at least I think they did. That was my
How old were you when
perception of it. I was 21.
Okay.
Like that. Yeah.
What age should it have happened?
Oh, man. Probably.
7.
No, not quite that early. I think things started to get worse when I was about like 15 or something like that,
But they still don't like each other, right?
Oh, they haven't spoken in decades. Yeah.
But like,
Not
can't
at all.
they haven't been in the same room either, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yet they've won every potato sack race.
They can still work together.
When needed.
The divorced families, like within my family, everyone seemed to, for the most part, as the years went on, they were able to be in the same room. I mean, we used to have my aunt and uncle, and then my uncle's ex-wife would come to holidays. Like it got to a point where it was everyone could be around.
Kathy, is that room divided by a sheet of plexiglass with the phone on the wall?
I mean, marriage is hard, but divorce is hard too. And
you've gone through it.
I've gone through it both, and it's. There are still moments on a daily basis where I think about the impact that the divorce has had on my life, on my son's life, on my ex-wife's life, and it's long. It's for the rest of our lives. And I'm lucky because I get along with her really well. Yeah. And we talk a lot, but it can go south very quickly.
Is there a way that you can look at it and go, well, what would have happened if we would have tried to drag this out even further? And you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Like breaking up can be the right thing to do in certain circumstances. And but some people, according to this study, just hang on even when they've given up on the relationship, which is really weird. You know what I mean?
Absolutely hate the person you're with, and there's no redeeming anything whatsoever, and there's not concern or care, then I think that's probably the time to hang it up.
Yeah.
Right. But if there's a kernel of something to work on, that's part of the deal.
I don't know. But anyhow, this is according to a study at the Justine Institute.
Yeah,
that I would pass
in the swim spa center.
We'll go to
Swim spa center.
We got a lot of them.
It's an exercise program that they have there.
They're pretty affordable.
No, they're not.
They're not? Okay. All right, so how about this? We're going in a different direction. Some doctors have taken to social media, I think we touched on this a little bit before, to warn dieters about increased ER visits due to side effects of the weight loss drug Ozempic.
It's causing some problems.
The FDA has also alerted consumers to a rise in counterfeit versions of the popular drug.
Right, they're just Starburst.
They really
Why am I not losing weight?
Yeah. It tastes so good. I feel much heavier, actually.
Side effects that have patients visiting hospitals include diarrhea, bloating, and nausea. And the counterfeit versions could be even more dangerous. So according to Joy McClellan from Arizona, she said about her experience with an imitation version of the drug. She said 2 ER trips and 6 days in the hospital. I'm lucky I didn't die. but someone is going to, she said. So that's people that are taking the fake stuff or,
right.
I don't,
so the preponderance of this stuff is so much so. I forget what the last award show I was watching, and the MC who was hosting it, right, he said basically everyone in the audience of these celebrities, Preston, was on Ozempic.
Wow.
Like, if you've seen Sharon Osbourne recently, she's clearly an Ozempic.
And
dropped a ton of weight.
Well, I was thinking immediately when I reported John Goodman's lost 200 pounds, I'm like, wait, he probably got some help. And you know what? He needed
That's
it.
okay.
Because he's been overweight most of his life.
Should probably make sure you talk to your doctor and don't buy it out of a van.
Yes.
I was just talking to a friend who was on Ozempic and it made her sick. And so she had to go off because she said it was not worth it, how sick it was making her. But she went on to, started taking another one, whatever the other brand is. And she said she's completely fine on that one.
So when I was taking drugs for my heartburn that I have, because I take Nexium, I tried out something else. It might have been like Prilosec or something like that. It gave me horrible diarrhea. And it's essentially the same type of drug. It's just that one didn't work for me. And eventually I found this, and now I've been taking it for 20 years or whatever.
And it continues to work?
It works. In fact, I can't go a day without it. Oh, if I don't have it.
Does it level you?
If I don't have it for, say, like 36 hours, I could eat almost anything, and immediately I'm like, oh, there, I feel that heartburn coming in,
Kathy, I don't know the answer to this question, but I thought that Ozempic and Wegovy, right, that's the other one, I thought that essentially were the same drug, just different brand names. So I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, it is, but they're
subtle
not
differences?
they can't be exactly the same. Otherwise, they'd be stealing.
One has cinnamon.
One would be stealing from the
Yeah,
other.
it hasn't been on the market long enough in order for it to go generic. And then the other one is Mounjaro.
Right. So they're all based on, I guess, what are called semi-glutides. I don't know.
What is it, Mounjaro?
Mounjaro?
That sounds like
It's a restaurant.
No, well, I was gonna
Welcome
say-
to Mounjaro.
Yeah, either that or some kind of an island.
I was just gonna say like I was gonna go to an African country to visit.
Welcome to Mounjaro. We're all very slender.
Have you got, and you know, with these people taking the counterfeit versions?
Yeah.
I wonder have you ever bought? And I'm not saying like
Illegal narcotics.
No, not that. But I mean, like almost like a too good to be true advertised.
Yes, I did.
You did? What did you try?
Years ago for my
Achalasia?
No, for my vitiligo.
Oh, vitiligo, yeah.
But I'm like, I bought it because I did due diligence on it. It was early on. It was it helps restore. It helps restore it minimizes the blotchiness. Vitiligo. I'm Irish and was supposed to be splotchy anyway. But anyway, at the beginning when it first started to present itself and seemed a lot more dramatic. I'm like, okay, well, let me see if there's something out there. And as doing the research, I kept seeing this name pop up. And I use this stuff, and not a damn thing happened. But they get you in, and they get you say, well, you got to do the cycle.
Right.
And don't stop. And I fell for it. And you live, you learn, you know?
Yeah.
With every like diet pill that ever existed.
Yeah.
You tried that?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like any of them, people try them, and they never, they never work.
Dexatrim. Do you remember the Dexatrim?
Was that the one that had the caffeine in it?
Yep. They're basically caffeine pills.
Okay, so I tried that, and I was getting like severe headaches from it, and I couldn't figure out what was going on.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong.
I'm like, oh my god, it's that, and I immediately stopped because that scared me.
What was the weight loss drug that was all the rate? Well, quote unquote. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, Fen.
Right.
I actually took that for a little bit, and then
that was my sidekick when I was trying to go to the Temple of Doom.
I have an audio clip of me when I was taking it here. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Like I didn't even know I was doing that.
You just had to get to 7 o'clock.
But my friend Lori, her mom swore by this. We just called it the spray.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was some kind of bottled, this will cure anything type of spray.
Oh, my
and
God.
she thought it was, it's like in
Windex?
Windex.
Yeah.
Like in my big fat Greek wedding. She would always, put the spray on there, dude. Use the spray. It didn't do anything.
No.
Oh, I was misdiagnosed. I wasn't diagnosed with vitiligo, and so I forget what the doctor, a couple of doctors back who I went to said, whatever condition it was. He said, when you shower, use Selsun Blue. Like, in other words, on your skin. And so every morning I look like a runaway member of the Blue Man Group.
Right.
Nothing. It didn't do a damn thing.
Hang on. Tim is a physician and wants to explain the differences between Ozempic and Wegovy. Tim, good morning.
Preston, Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm on the radio.
You are on the radio. Tim, you are what kind of a doctor, may I ask, are you?
I'm a family medicine physician down in Virginia. I grew up listening to you guys, though. I've listened to you guys for 25 years.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Excellent.
Somehow I made it through med school.
You got it. All right, so put your medical knowledge to use here and tell us the difference, please.
So semaglutide is the overall umbrella name. Ozempic is semaglutide. Wegovy is semaglutide. But the difference in the two is the dose formulations that you go to. So the maximum dose that you can get to with Ozempic is 2 milligrams per week. The maximum dose you can get to with Wegovy is 2.4 milligrams per week. And so the way those drugs work is you have to escalate. It's a once weekly injection, and you escalate the dose every 4 weeks. And for you basically go until people have side effects that they can't tolerate. But most people can tolerate getting to the maximum dose. But people have more weight loss on the Wegovy than Ozempic because it's just a higher dose.
It's a higher dose. What about people's ability to tolerate one over the other? Since all you're talking about is the strength of the dose. What would make one more acceptable to someone and their ability to tolerate it?
So the semaglutide is the name of the drug that is that one. There's also, that's in the class of GLP-1s. So there are different GLP-1s, and people can have, more side effects or less side effects with different GLP-1s. So there's like Trulicity.
Okay.
Mounjaro is similar, but it has another hormone that is in addition to the GLP-1. And people are losing a ton of weight with Mounjaro. People are losing like 20-25% of their total body weight with Mounjaro.
Wow. So what are the side effects like for Mounjaro?
So personally, I've only been able to get one patient on it because it's very, very expensive. And I really had a coupon.
Yeah, I had a coupon.
Get somebody on it. So I don't have anybody else on it personally. But it's similar side effects to the
Ozempic?
The Ozempic, to where you're just not as hungry. It basically causes like a gastroparesis or a slowing down of your gut motility. You're not as hungry. You feel full quicker.
Okay. Interesting. So it's just slight variations that can account for people's ability to take one and not the other.
Yeah, correct. And
All
there's
right.
also some early evidence showing that these drugs may have some kind of CNS involvement in
What is that?
People, like central nervous system.
Oh.
In addiction. So like people, there's some preliminary studies going on where they're using these types of drugs to help people who face addiction issues.
So it could be worked to help fight addiction as opposed to like thinner and
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Tim. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, guys.
All right. Take care of yourself, bud. All right. See you.
Oh, no. Dr. Mike is going to be so mad.
He is.
Why can you use? You can't use that
cannot use
music?
Dr. Mike's theme.
do
Give us
that.
What's wrong
something.
with you?
No, I actually had this one.
How about John?
Oh, Van Halen. Somebody give me a doctor. Lesser known, but great song, by the way. Great song. All right. So, yeah, well, people are having, it's amazing that never would I thought a weight loss drug. I'm still waiting for something to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because weight loss drugs like Fen-Phen
The other
came
shoe to
along.
drop?
Well, something that all of a sudden they're going to tell us it's bad for you.
Where's my penis?
Sorry, sir, you dropped something there?
Back in 2022, I started taking this drug.
Yeah.
Side effects may include loss of penis.
And I certainly hope that it doesn't occur because it would be great. I mean, like when the ED meds came out. I mean, that was like, people were like, really? Seriously? You kidding me?
What does ED stand for?
But then you have this, and that's huge.
What was the kickoff for this story? I forget the beginning.
That just the side effects, and it's causing ER visits.
Okay.
If you're not careful, I guess.
And you talk about the knockoffs or the
Right,
the
yeah.
versions, and that's what's causing issues.
Right. So, all right, and we'll wrap right there.
There we go.
Yep, that's all we have in the Just Sayin Institute. But
Just Sayin.
Stop by and try out the new swim spa center at the Just Sayin Institute. All right, we will. Well, let's take a break and let's give away some movie passes.
All right.
We have the screening of The Dial of Destiny. It's the latest Indiana Jones film, and it's next Wednesday at the AMC Neshaminy, 7 p.m. I memorized it, Casey. And we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. So come on and get them. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah, you can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about somebody getting an Adrian Zmed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zmed tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy
this done.
eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
So when
chest.
he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah,
be
we
with
knew
you
you'd
guys.
be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zmed. Thank you so much. There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So
what I call my chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these caverns. Like a wall will disappear. Yeah. There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical.
So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a gift a GIF, I'm sorry, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bedbugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. You're ready to set up shop somewhere else.
100%. If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
yeah, to take
Mush!
for a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah!
All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hailstorm singer Lizzie Hale has confirmed in an interview that the band is compiling a special package to celebrate the 10th anniversary of its self-titled debut album. Released in 2009, the LP featured the single I Get Off. I get off.
Bill Weston, I get off.
So anyhow, Hailstorm...
I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, dude.
I get off.
All right. Now I'm thinking about Bill at the moment of ecstasy. I know.
Yes.
I know.
Bill's pillow talk. I get off. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah. It's about to happen. You feel a little tingling.
Heading down the tunnel.
Another
tunnel of love.
Barn door! Barn door!
Barn door's open.
Look at the door.
Quickly, massage my low-hanging fruit. I'm almost there.
There's no way we can do a meeting today.
There's
no way.
Steve just canceled the meeting.
I can't look at him ever again.
What do you think the recap's going to be like today?
Oh, Lord.
I think we got a C-.
Yeah.
Well, the Bella show is done. Maybe he's talking to him right now. Is Thursday, June 6th. Today is Tom Araya's birthday. He's in a band. Casey, could you say that name for me, please?
Yeah. It's
if you don't mind. Thank you. Anytime that I actually need to say the word Slayer,
let him do it.
I'm going to have Casey do it. I can't yell like that.
The band.
We also have Tom Araya, singer and bassist from Slayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Slayer. And he is. That's the only way you can say the name of that band. He's 53 years old today. Yeah, I can't yell like that. He is 58 years old today, by the way. So, yeah, maybe it's time to hang it up.
It's possible.
You can only do that hardcore to a certain age, and then you're done. Slayer! Ladies and gentlemen, Slayer!
I actually never had that conversation with my father, but I just had that conversation with my son. I pulled him into a room. It was just he and I talking. I said, "Hey, listen."
You listen to me.
No. I said, "This. This is not to embarrass you.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. You're not a little kid anymore. You're turning into a young man, and so you're at a point in your life where you have to shower every single day, and you have to put deodorant on under your arms every single
right?
time."
I mean, that's a standard talk,
Yeah.
right?
Casey, the reason we had the talk with my son, who's 12, is because he stunk.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, dude, you need to shower more.
But it's
and when
embarrassing when you
do
hear that.
When you do shower, you need to wear deodorant because there's an effect, and it's just what happens when you get a little bit older. But like he needs to do it because he's going to get made fun of. He'll be the stinky. I don't want to have the stinky kid.
The stinky kid?
No.
One thing I didn't do throughout my entire school, and I've mentioned this on the air before, and that is junior high and high school, I never washed my gym clothes. Ever.
No?
Oh, I think
God.
a lot
The
of
whole
kids.
year.
The whole year.
I know, right?
All right, did you go to gym a lot?
Every day.
Were you active in gym or were you a cool kid standing off to the side?
No, no. Yeah,
You were the kid that smelled like Doritos.
You had to participate. Doritos?
Yeah, that's what the gym suit would smell like if you didn't wash
We
it.
said hoagies. We go. We say to the kids, all right, you got to take a shower. You smell like hoagies.
We should put out a Twitter poll. What does body odor smell like? Because we've heard hoagie and Doritos. And now that I remember, I do remember associating smell with, I think, my own body odor. All right, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
It's brought to you by Rita's. You can head to Rita's for a 5-layer gelati back for a limited time only. Yeah, you can enjoy your favorite ice flavors with an extra layer of creamy custard to build your own masterpiece. Here's a Florida story. I know that's a shocker, but a Flagler County man. Flagler, thank you.
That's where I saw my grandmother topless.
Oh, my God.
And so I walked into the room, and I'm like, okay, here's about 4 decades of scarring.
No wonder you remember the name of the county.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget that day in Flagler
When you mention
County.
it in my brain, I see the letters spell out in fire.
A man was arrested after he tried to take several strange products from a Target in Palm Coast. Upon arrival, deputies found 46-year-old David Romero trying to back out of a parking spot outside of a Target. Deputies then tried to take him into custody on an arrest warrant, but as they tried to place him in the patrol car, a pink vibrator fell out of his pants.
Aha!
Investigators later
That's
learned
Flagler for you.
that Romero had stolen the vibrator from Target, along with condoms, personal lubricant, several sexual enhancement products, and a T-shirt.
They have that in the store?
I guess in Florida they do,
Really?
because I was curious about that too, Kathy. Now remember, we had seen them on their website.
Yes,
Right.
they had actually a large collection.
Yeah, so maybe in Flagler County.
Yeah.
They have a whole sex line.
There are no rules.
What the hell?
I mean, that's why your grandmother felt so comfortable
That's
being
right.
topless in front
Look,
of you.
I got you a new dildo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Investigators
Oh,
learned
that's wonderful.
he had stolen it all from there, and Romero had been caught on surveillance footage stuffing the items inside tan shapewear that he found at the store.
Tan shapewear.
Where's your tan shapewear?
Then he picked up a few grocery items and paid only for foods before leaving the store, still holding on to the
Pledging a
stolen
frat.
Yes.
Romero faces 1 count of petty theft, 4 counts of larceny, and a charge of grand theft in connection to the arrest warrant that they already had on him. Forensics investigators. All right, here's a story of a guy getting away with it. All right. Forensic investigators said that an Indiana man who died of natural causes in 2012 went to great lengths to hide his gun-toting past, even going as far as removing his fingerprints. But the man who died in Salem Indiana, under the assumed name of Bill Lee Hull, had been living a lie. Investigators uncovered that Bill Lee Hull was in fact an outlaw named Albert Edwin Pinky Rhodes, who once ran with the Shotgun Bandits, a Colorado gang who once terrorized the citizens of Denver in 1955 through a series of armed stick-ups.
I remember, I wasn't lucid for this, but I remember seeing a documentary on them.
So Rhodes met Bessie Fields and her family in Tucson, Arizona, and lived with the family until the time of his death in Indiana in 2012. At the time of his death, they had uncovered, an investigation uncovered that the deceased man was in truth a John Doe who had been using an alias and someone else's social security number. He was estimated to be 75 to 85 years old, and the only clue was a tattoo on his left forearm in blue ink that read Pinky. He had no fingerprints. They were removed by unknown means.
Is it possible he was just a Grease fan?
Likely done by himself. And in March of 2023, Moxie Forensics Investigations exhumed the man's body in hopes that DNA testing could uncover the John Doe's hidden past. Wow. So using DNA extracted from the femur bone, they uncovered a match after uploading the DNA to GetMatch, and it took 30 minutes to unravel an 11-year mystery. Forensics found that Bill Lee Hull was really Albert Edwin Rhodes, who went by the name Pinky, and Rhodes ended up running with the Shotgun Bandits before he was caught during a trial. Court investigators reportedly said that Rhodes would, quote, never adjust into a normal individual. He was sentenced to 10 to 15 years. Not long after being released, he was caught breaking into a warehouse in Washington State and sentenced to 10 to 15-year stint behind bars in September 1967. But I guess he had escaped capture, and his whereabouts between 67 and 87 remained unknown until he met Betty Fields in Tucson, Arizona, and eventually moved with her to Indiana. So,
and it was relatively crime-free then from there on in?
From what I can tell,
it's like the Unforgiven.
Yeah, but he got away with it.
Wow.
He died, but they figured out who he was. Interesting.
So crime does pay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
A veteran Delta pilot allegedly showed up drunk for a flight from Scotland to New York City and was arrested after passengers were already on board. A flight DL-209
just calm down. I had a couple of pops, so sue me.
Was canceled at the last minute Friday when the unnamed 61-year-old pilot was arrested in Edinburgh Airport. The pilot was charged under the UK's Railways and Transport Safety Act 2003, which imposes limits on alcohol consumption for crew members.
Yeah, and it's just also bad to be drunk when you're a pilot.
The legal blood alcohol limit for airline staff is 20 milligrams of alcohol and 100 milliliters of blood. For drivers in Scotland, it's 50 milligrams of alcohol and 100 milliliters of blood.
Bartender, pour me 42 milligrams of alcohol.
And airline spokesperson confirmed that one of its crew was taken into custody. And
could you imagine you're on a flight and they pull your pilot?
Yeah. The unnamed pilot was arrested after the passengers were already on board, and the pilot
Sorry for the delay. We're looking for a pilot that's sober.
scheduled to appear on Monday in Edinburgh Sheriff's Court.
Jeez.
A doctor in Tennessee, final story here, has lost his medical license after a local news investigation revealed that he was selling bogus COVID-19 vaccination waivers to essentially anyone, including patients he had never met, patients in far-flung states, and one black Labrador retriever named Charlie.
Wow.
All right.
The medical examiner
trying to get into the kennel club.
Who is Charlie? Where is he? Is this Charlie?
Determined Robert Coble had violated state statutes on the grounds of unprofessional, dishonorable, or unethical conduct. He voluntarily surrendered his medical license effectively that day, which is equivalent to a revocation. He sold COVID-19 vaccination waivers through a Hendersonville-based company called MedChoice LLC.
Hey, does he sell Ozempic?
And Jennifer, yeah, maybe he does. Jennifer Krause bought one for her family member, Charlie Krause, a black Labrador retriever. In the purchase, he indicated that Charlie had an irrational fear of needles. Days later, the pup got his waiver, and this guy has lost his license. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take another break. We'll be back in a second. When we get back, when we get back, we'll ask the lesson question. We'll get to the trash and music news, too. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR. It's a scientific.
That I always thought that my own armpit smelled like onions and mustard.
Really?
Yes. To get mixed together.
Now, would you normally eat that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's pleasant for you.
Yeah, so I kind of liked it.
So maybe that's why. Maybe you did actually, you're sweating out the onions.
I didn't even think about that.
Well, you can sweat out garlic.
Yeah.
Like if you eat a very garlic-based diet, and when you sweat, you can smell like garlic.
Yeah. Which is a fairly pleasant
Can you
smell,
sweat
right?
out apple crumbles?
Yeah. Apple crumbles.
Let's try.
I don't know.
What about chocolate chip cookies?
Blueberry.
I just want to see if I'm missing an opportunity here to sweat out chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
So hoagies, Doritos, and mustard and onions, and I'm sure there are other people that have a scent that they basically have labeled as body odor.
Well, you know, of course, we talked about this, that the old belief is that when white people, Caucasians, get wet, they smell like dogs.
Like wet dog.
Right.
Yep,
and dogs' paws smell like corn chips.
Yeah.
And that is actually true.
Yeah.
So these different things. I don't know. We tend to be enamored of our own smell, right? To some extent.
Enamored with our own? Yeah. I mean, that's why the smell of your own farts is actually really good. It's a pleasant thing.
Not always.
Well, listen, you can
every single time.
You can blow yourself out every now and then.
No, you
but
can't.
You're pretty proud of it.
Well, yes, exactly. That's the fine distinction.
That's
Is
a
even though
prize winner right
it
there.
may be horrible, you're like, oh my God, I'm a champion.
I've had to leave the room from my own.
You've offended yourself with your own gas?
I didn't say I wasn't proud of it. I was like, man, that was strong enough to make me leave.
Did you walk out cursing yourself?
Yeah.
What kind of animal am I?
Kind of impressed.
I honestly, Nick, I didn't think that was possible. Like, I swear to God, the worse that it smells for you, the best that it smells from me.
Okay.
Like, if it's a really bad one, I'm like, oh, man, Preston's going to be really
It's
mad.
like licking your elbow. It's almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have one that's coming and you can tell by the
it's gonna be
by
bad.
the heat and so on or the pressure and you know it's going to piss me off, do you actually go, oh yeah, that's a good one?
No,
Okay.
no.
You don't take a little sneak sniff for yourself?
All right.
Oh, I always take it.
All right, we need to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say,
The cup and have you cupped recently?
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
I never cup. I never cup. No,
You don't have to.
I don't have to. I'm an old pro.
Amateurs.
It's also a good way to run a self-diagnostic.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of relevant medical material to be gleaned from assessing your own odors. I'm trying to make a case for cupping your farts.
I know you are.
Like, I love giving myself a Dutch oven. Like,
really?
Oh, if it's a really bad one,
you'll pull the covers up.
I will just sneak under the covers. I'll be like, I'm going to just lay here for a little bit.
Do you know what's equally fun,
You're a
Casey?
disgusting human.
Casey, crap in a pillowcase and pull it over your head.
Kathy, what do you think about the smell of your own gas?
I think you guys are disgusting humans.
Yeah.
Right now.
I think
I think you're a liar.
I think so too.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not pulling the covers over my head and enjoying my own stench like Casey.
Yes, you are.
No.
No, she'll enjoy your stench.
1000%.
No, I don't think. We've talked about this before. You are very. I mean, obviously, the notion of passing gas liberally at home is not something that you do, correct?
You don't think I pass gas at home? Is that
No,
what you're
I don't think you do. I don't think you stand in the middle of the room and go, ba-boom.
Yeah, he did it.
Hey, get over here.
I think you go into the conservatory.
Pull my finger.
Yeah.
Felicity alum. Felicity.
Tonight on a powerful Felicity. Felicity shows up late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
To go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful.
Oh,
she plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies.
In what?
In The Americans.
Oh, The Americans.
You don't watch that?
Oh,
She's a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know
The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the
Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Carrie Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the.
Oh yeah, this is nice. This is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
So the kids are gonna help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. Here we go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Text says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
And so I say to you, if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by
is
this time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
You know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this: a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rubbing tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the. In fact, right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper. Than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's lighten things up a bit.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her, and the accent.
It's wonderful.
She's just thinking.
It's at a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass.
Yeah.
Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
it does.
Oh, it needs to be a song.
Where were you, Auntie Saoirse? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called Farting in the Glen.
Farting in the Glen.
We're excited, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our studio actor David Harbour.
Thank you.
I'm so excited I said good afternoon when it's 9:20 in the morning.
There are a bunch of footlongs outside the studio, which is like
the
9 in the morning footlong, though.
Yeah. Do you know Pink's in Hollywood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That's them.
Are those from there?
They just expanded
Oh,
to
well,
the
then
east.
bring me one. I mean, come on. It's still a hot dog.
It's not a... It's classic breakfast fare, but it's
Letter of the day for Word of the Week is coming up in a little while, so hang on. But we have some other things to do, including a lesson question for the day, a prize associated with that, and the prize is a Super Mario Brothers movie prize pack that includes the film on Blu-ray. I'm trying to decide which question to go with here. Let's go with, a lot of times I go way back to early in the show.
Yeah.
How about we give you a little gift here? In which Florida county did Steve once see his grandmother topless? For real. 215-263 WMMR. Which Florida county did Steve once see his grandmother topless? For real. 215-263 WMMR. Just 20 minutes ago that we uttered that. And let's get you on board. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning and powered by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate. Up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Avril Lavigne and Tyga have broken up after a year together. Lavigne explained, saying sometimes you're with someone and all of a sudden you realize they're Tyga. Hey! 38-year-old Catherine McPhee, we all know her, and husband, 73-year-old David Foster, appeared together at a charity event for Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Apparently, the money raised will go to develop a new drug that can make your husband 30 years younger.
Oh, my God.
And finally, police reporting that an intruder broke into the backyard of Pierce Brosnan's neighbor and then defecated. Said a furious Brosnan, quote, "Great, now everyone knows my spot."
All right, here we go. Let's see if you know the answer to this. In which Florida county did Steve once see his grandmother's topless? 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Amanda. Hello there, Amanda.
Hi, how are you?
Good. All right, Amanda, in which county did Steve once see his grandmother topless? For real?
Flagler County?
Flagler. Yeah. Flagler. You got it, Amanda. Hang on the line. I'm going to give you a Super Mario Brothers movie prize pack, including the film on Blu-ray. Experience year's biggest blockbuster event like never before. You can own the Power Up Edition on digital and Blu-ray with supersized exclusive content available now from Universal Pictures Home Entertainment.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Where my children come and play with their toys.
Hulu has announced an upcoming documentary about Imagine Dragons. The film will cover the band's early days of playing in dive bars and casinos across the Vegas Strip, as well as their rise to stadiums. And a trailer that was released exclusively on People.com shows frontman Dan Reynolds saying that he felt like for many years he didn't know who the band was, but this tour is the first time that I knew. He said, "We are Imagine Dragons." Imagine Dragons Live in Vegas will premiere exclusively on Hulu on July 14th.
Hulu's doing a number of those documentary. They're almost like they're picking up the mantle of behind the music.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. During an interview recently, Hailstorm's Lizzie Hale opened up about the band being able to stay together for almost 20 years. She said, "It's very special. In fact, tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of the day that Joe, our guitar player, auditioned to be in the band." She said it's crazy to think about it because we don't always think about it until we meet other bands that constantly have a new lineup or they hate each other. So we're very lucky that we still like each other and we still hang out, she says. So
She said it was in Philly?
No.
Yeah, on a sunny afternoon in Philadelphia, you came to show off your skills, and that's what started their whole relationship.
Oh, that's awesome.
Joe, I love you.
Well, good for them. Yeah. Nice. I'm curious as to what Marissa might think about this. Iggy Pop's David Bowie co-produced 1977 classic "Lust for Life" topped the top 12 best punk songs list by editors of Audio Inc. Radio. Predictably, the Ramones followed Iggy with Blitzkrieg Bop from their 1976 self-titled debut, and The Clash rounded out the top three with the title track to 1979's London Calling. I'll run through the list here, Marissa, and get your take on all this because you're a resident punk head, or resident punk, I guess I should say. It's Lust for Life is number one, Blitzkrieg Bop, number two. You okay with those? And The Clash, London Calling?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 4 is Straight Edge from Minor Threat.
No?
I'm here for it.
All right.
It goes straight to 7.
What?
Go straight to 7.
Did Bill Weston make this list?
We're at 5 and 6. Oh, that sucks.
They got kicked out for smoking.
What's the name of it?
It is Audio Inc. Radio. Nick, if you wouldn't mind doing a quick search on that, Audio Inc. Radio.
The worst prep site ever.
Top 12 best punk songs. So, I mean, I have 10 of them, but...
Number 10.
It goes straight from number 4 to number 7. What's 5 and 6? All right, here we go.
There we go.
Ramones, I Want to Be Sedated.
There you go.
Number 6 is The Clash, I Fought the Law.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 7, The Stooges, I Want to Be Your Dog. I want to fight you.
I want to be a dog.
I want to fight you.
I want a Kong with peanut butter on it.
You want a what?
You know those little toys?
A Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's a Kong. You can put peanut butter in it. And the dog yeah.
Yeah, we have those. I didn't know they were called Kongs.
Yeah. Well, you have the Sciatalon Kong.
Sciatalon Kong.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how Nell's dogs respond.
Marissa, number 8 is the Sex Pistols, Anarchy in the UK. Number 9 is Bikini Kill, Rebel Girl. Do you like Bikini Kill?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Buzzcocks, Ever Fallen in Love is number 10. Green Day, Welcome to Paradise.
Okay.
Well, you have a lot to say about this.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted me to jump in.
What's your take on it? Yay, nay, no?
I mean, it's kind of crazy to go from that like 70s, 80s, right to Green Day.
I think
and there's a lot missing there.
a lot of these bands would be considered light punk in the real hardcore punk realm.
Yeah.
Well, they're more
pop punk,
OG as well too. Dead Kennedys is number 12 with Holiday in Cambodia.
No Operation Ivy?
Okay, that's what I was curious about. What should be on this list?
Operation Ivy would be the number one I would think
By
is
who?
missing. I mean, Operation Ivy is the name of the band.
Oh, see, I don't know that.
Yeah, so
I am not well versed in punk at all.
Operation Ivy was pretty much Rancid before Rancid.
All right.
Okay.
So it was Tim Armstrong.
Oh, so members of Rancid were in that. Okay.
Yes, and then it kind of like fell apart. Everybody had life changes, and then Rancid started after that. But there's like photos of Billy Joe Armstrong dancing, a side stage at an Operation Ivy show.
Okay.
And, they used to like sneak in, he'd pretend that he was Tim Armstrong's brother. I will say that going to the Punk Rock Museum changed my outlook a lot on punk rock music. And
how so?
Steve, because it was done in a timeline sense. So you walk in and it starts with all the Clash and a lot of Billy Idol and Iggy Pop and Misfits. And you kind of realize that all of these bands, who it was that inspired them. And when we were there, this guy, his name's Pete from the band Sick of It All. He's like, yo, did you see Joe Strummer's Last Bag of Weed? And you start to see who's inspiring the bands that I looked up to. And so that kind of makes this list more justified for me.
Okay. All right.
But Op Ivy should definitely be in there.
All right. Well, this was according to Audio Inc. Radio. Elton John tipped off fans on what to expect come June 25th during his final UK show at the Glastonbury Festival. While chatting with the BBC, the Rocket Man revealed, I'm starting with a song I haven't played in about 10 years, so we'll see how it goes. He said, I've got the set list down. I've got rehearsal dates booked for the guest artist. So we just have to hope that the weather will still be nice. He said it's a different show to what people have been seeing on my Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. There's quite a lot of deep cuts. It's not all hits, and you've got to keep people interested.
I might be interested in that. I wondered in the celebrity realm if you'll have people like Axl Rose show up, because Axl Rose is a huge Elton John fan.
Yeah, maybe. Elton went on to explain, when you put a set list together, I always say it's a bit like having sex. You start off really well, then you chill out a little bit, then towards the end of the show, all hell breaks loose. I have a follow-up on something I reported on about Rod Stewart the other day, saying that he was giving up rock and he would like to clarify. He said, I'd like to clear up any confusion that I may have caused with my dear fans and the media. I shall never retire. I was put on this earth to be a singer and will keep doing so for as long as the good Lord lets me. I'll be playing the hits as advertised for the UK, US, South America, and Vegas, and into 2024, but no retirement as such. During recent interviews, he said, I've mentioned my newest passion is big band, swing music. And when we wrap this greatest hits tour, it's something I'm very eager to share with you. He said, I could never turn my back on the songs that I've written and sung over the last 6 decades. They're like my children. I created them, and I love them. I'll always come back to them.
He strokes them.
Just like I did in the massage.
Naughty.
Just like I did after the Great American Songbook series.
That's a mystery.
Naughty.
Which I shall boastfully add sold 26 million albums, he said.
Yeah. Huge for him.
I look forward to seeing you on the road with all the hits, and I can't wait to introduce you to my new swing album next year. And then finally, Steve, you sent over a piece of audio of a bagpiper playing Metallica.
Yes.
What's the story on this?
So she has her, I think, her TikTok account, and she got some criticism from some Metallica fans because she was playing along with Enter Sandman, and the band themselves responded and said that people are saying there's no room for a bagpipe in Metallica, and they supported it. They loved what she was doing to with the song.
And this is just her playing?
Her playing, yeah.
Okay. I mean, bagpipes can fit. AC/DC.
Yeah.
Is that in a long way to the top?
Yeah.
I think so. And then also shipping up to Boston.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It can work.
They can fit.
It doesn't
they
there.
don't always
It doesn't really fit in that
I think
song.
she's also attractive. That's what a lot of people respond to.
Well, yes, definitely. There's a litany of hot musicians now on social media, and it's like, oh wow, a hot person can play a guitar. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That is the music news. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a second and wrap up our radio program for the day, and then it'll be No Sad Bro official.
Oh my God, that's right.
Friday. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Exactly. So this kind of dinner for you guys.
David, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I'm from White Plains, New York.
Know it well.
Yeah, do you know it?
I'm from New York. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
Westchester County, like 45 minutes out from the city. Suburban. Very boring place to grow
But nice.
up.
if you work in the city, it's a nice area to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't stand it when I was growing up because it's like that suburban thing, and you're like 14 years old and all you want to do is act out. And so I would take that Metro North train down to New York, though.
Oh, yeah.
When I was like 15. And, you could, back then, you could do a lot worse things than you can nowadays. We could go to bars. And I mean, they didn't have any of the rules they have nowadays.
So wasn't the creative arts that were driving you to the city? It was the party?
I would tell my parents that I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So, yes, the arts were driving. If my parents are listening.
Well, we're thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
We're massive Stranger Things fans, and we're also just massive fans of your body of work, which is just so much great stuff. And I think you've described yourself, or have been described, and I think you're the epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, this guy's in it, this is going to be good. Yeah. And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a... no one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place.
Yes.
And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder, moderately known. And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help
in a way because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really?
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 Yeah. I mean, because I remember, I mean, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag, because she comes and says, my kid is missing, and he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially you thought that wasn't going to translate?
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though, we were doing a scene, and I'm neurotic, and occasionally I'll ask people like, what'd you think? And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, what do you think? And she just turned to me and just shook her head, and she was like, yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
Wow.
And I was like, what? You mean the whole thing? She's like,
thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's got, you're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, what we're doing is stupid. Nobody's going to like it. And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
Yeah. No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth.
Exactly.
So it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but they claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise,
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's
I know, now we're talking about it. Oh,
right.
God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like going, okay, what season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah, I know.
And it was.
Guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally jumps it.
And there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew?
Yeah.
In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am.
Okay.
Surprisingly. No, honestly, I just finished, because they just sent me, because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me.
Right.
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the episodes. I just finished them last night.
Yeah.
Actually, and it is so damn good.
Wow. The trailer
It
alone.
is so damn good, and you like, the end is.
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You made it up the chart.
Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that, because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh, no.
Like,
We're gonna go over all your stuff, because we're big fans. But yes, no. Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But to that point, you go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes.
I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
Because I find you've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. if he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets it. These
and we
kids
got
are
like
great.
6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah, but you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this,
Are you 75?
born in 75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that. I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
My brother was born in 73.
Oh, 73. I was like,
Don't try to
wow,
work it out.
2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
So the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I liken E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of The Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old. And then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's like 14 or something.
She's
and
a young woman now. It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper, too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that and to Preston's point about this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, mustache twisting. And I like heroes that sometimes get pissed off and have luggage, and that's how Hopper came into the deal. The whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life.
Rain for the rest of the day, just clouds and cool.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, high of about 62, nothing significant. Tomorrow we have some thunderstorms on tap for a Friday, and then scattered thunderstorms throughout the course of the weekend, all the way into Monday. That's the latest on that. It will warm up, though, starting tomorrow. Getting closer to 80 and then into the 80s as we get into the weekend. So to deal with the rain, we'll see what we can get to. I want to thank our guest. We had Governor Josh Shapiro on the program, and the governor was a great conversation and letting us know that he's hoping by the end of the weekend, the 95 project will be completed as far as a temporary situation and being able to drive on that stretch of road, opening it up.
They're even pulling in equipment from Pocono Raceway.
Yeah.
That are NASCAR heaters that they use to dry the pavement before a race.
It's a jet engine.
Yeah.
Yeah. That actually blows all the water off. So if we do have some rain issues, they're going to take care of that.
So they can do the lines.
Yeah, it was cool to talk to him this morning. And also Harold Perrineau.
Yes.
From the show which Steve is saying you need to watch. If you like horror, supernatural, all that stuff.
Yes.
This
Lost,
is your thing.
Wayward Pines, It Follows, all of that.
Yeah, I pick up a Wayward Pines vibe from that, which was a great show.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you to those peeps for being on the program today. Pierre Robert is here. Nice to see you, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Put on your down jackets when you go out.
Right.
And we're expecting about a foot of snow.
Okay.
Oh my God.
How is it out there? Is it a little nippy?
It's a little nippy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 65 degrees.
I see the wind blowing.
Automobile.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of an unusually cool summer but keep in mind, and you and I know this well, we all know it, at any moment in the East Coast, in this region, the switch could be flipped and instant ghastly heat and humidity.
Absolutely.
It can happen overnight and can happen any second.
That's why people flock here.
Yes. Honey, let's go get some heat and humidity. Where we'll go? Let's go to Philly.
Yeah.
Preston had a story earlier in the day about this hail that happened in Red Rocks, Colorado, and my brother lives right near there. Preston, I'm going to show you this video after the show.
Okay.
It was terrifying, and there was no cover for anybody at this concert.
Yeah.
So they all had to scramble. A lot of people ended up getting injured, and as much as the heat and humidity sucks, I will take that over hail that can hurt you, as far as a weather pattern goes.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You ever been in a hailstorm?
I listen to them all the time.
Sure you do. Play them every day.
Dude, they make some great, and they just had their 20th anniversary. I heard you say it in music news, man. I listen to that music news because that's how I know what I'm talking about.
That's it. You get your source of info.
You've made the critical mistake of relying on us for your news.
No, I do other sources as well. Although I could follow up on the Bon Jovi story you had a couple days ago because you were curious about the Richie thing.
Yeah.
And the real story of the Richie thing is it's all Richie's fault. Richie, they had a 3-legged tour, world tour. They had finished the first leg. They had a 2 or 3 week break. The second leg was starting up, and he just didn't show up. Nor did he call anyone. It was entirely on him. And I love him. He's a lovely guy, a great member of the band. He just didn't show up.
Has he taken ownership of that?
He's never said anything to them. And when he got together with them at the Hall of Fame, he said, "Hey, fellas," and that could have been a time to go say, "Hey, I really effed up back there."
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if you want to leave a group, but if you've committed to doing a tour, you do the tour, and then you say, "See you, good night, good luck," etc. And I adore Richie Sambora. He's a lovely guy. But something short-circuited in him, and he just said no. But not only did he say no, he didn't tell anyone why. Right. And they tried a few different times. Their current guitarist, Phil X, was in a supermarket shopping for his family's food when he gets a call, and he looks at his cell phone and he goes, "John Bon Jovi." And he said, he's a very funny guy. He said, "I wanted to show people, look, John Bon Jovi." and John said, "Get on. We're sending a plane for you right now. Not even get on a commercial flight. We have a private jet ready to go." And they rushed him out to join the tour.
Wow.
But the very first night they had no lead guitarist because he didn't show up.
No kidding.
So
Wow.
John and the rhythm guitarist at the time
kind of filled.
Had to fill.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was, and again, Richie's a great guy. I don't know what happened in his head, but he's never really explained it and never really owned it. So.
That's too bad.
That's the real story, though.
All right.
And now you have
The rest of the story. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
That's what I'm here for, to fill in the pieces.
Yep. All right. Shall we get the letter? Fill in those?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T as in tomboy.
All right. And we have one more to go. We'll give it to you tomorrow and give away the prize family 4-pack of admission tickets for. And also fast lane vouchers to Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. You can enjoy your favorite coasters and thrill rides in Dorney Park, family fun, and Planet Snoopy. And over a dozen water slides in Wildwater Kingdom, all for one admission price. And you can get the best deal on admission tickets today at DorneyPark.com. And what's on your program today?
Well, we have Weezer tickets, and that's coming up Tuesday, by the way, at the Man. We have Hooters tickets. That goes on sale, the full show, tomorrow at 10 a.m., and because our special guest tomorrow, we normally would do some of these blocks tomorrow. We got Rancid and Rise Against going on sale tomorrow. So we will do a block of them today instead. The Cure will be, great band, The Cure. They'll be at the center on Saturday, so we'll do a block in advance and a block of David Bowie. All that, we would do those on Friday, but our Workforce Block Friday is John DeBella.
Yes, as well it should be.
Looking forward to that.
It's going to be fun. They had a happy hour for him last night at Parks Casino, and I went out there, and they had like 100 or so giant slides on this giant screen, And he and I were just talking, and I go, "Oh, I remember that was Phyllis Diller at and these various memories come up. And so once he and I get going, we shall see. It might be 4 songs over 7 hours.
That's okay. There's a lot of great stories.
Yep, that'll be tomorrow. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. Just water, zillions of tiny bubbles, and great taste. Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow is, of course, a No Sad Bro Friday. And amongst other things, we'll have comedian Jamie Lissow joining us in studio. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.